A work session, kind of a historic event because it's the first time in almost a year, actually more than a year, that we have met in person. So I think our last time together was March 16, 2020. I'd ask that everybody be patient with us as we try to work out some of the technical bugs tonight in case those come up. Before we do begin our meeting, I do have some introductory comments for the public and also for members of the council. Some of the things to keep in mind today. First, this event, first of all in-person council, anybody meeting in this room, your devices need to be muted at all times, or there's going to be a lot of distracting feedback that comes into this community room. Second, generally speaking, there's only one microphone that should be picking up sound in this room at any given time. That's located up there in the center of the room, and I refer to it as the big pizza box. That microphone is going to be hot or picking up sound at all times and is very sensitive. It also has been programmed to pick up sound all around the room. So be careful what you say, because even whispered sidebar conversations in the back row might be broadcast on Community 7 television. It's also hard for council members who are attending on Zoom. You can see those council members on the screen. To hear if there is more than one person speaking at any time, because both will be picked up simultaneously in the pizza box. Next, council members will need to bring their laptop or tablet to every meeting, regardless of whether they're attending in person. In case you do have technical problems, we do have at least one loaner device here that we ought to be able to switch you to in case of a technological emergency. In-person attendance by the public is limited to about 15 people here in the community room. Everyone has been socially distanced. In case we were to have overflow, there is additional space out in the lobby, but that's also limited due to social distancing concerns. A television is out in the lobby and will be broadcasting this meeting live via Channel 7 TV in real time, so anybody in the lobby can also observe the meeting. If there are members of the public seated in the community room, but they notice that others are waiting in the lobby, I would ask that you consider giving up your seat once the City Council has addressed any particular issue that you might be interested in, so as to make room for others in the lobby. To slow the spread of the coronavirus, Governor Gianforte's directive from February 12, 2021 encourages all Montanans to wear face masks or face coverings and to follow CDC social distancing guidelines and best industry practices. To that end, masks or face coverings are required for all persons attending the meeting in person. So you'll notice that council members and staff will do their best to comply with that rule. However, masks do make it more difficult to understand when someone is speaking, and after several hours, they can become uncomfortable. So members of the public may remove their mask if they're providing public comment at the podium. Council members and staff may also remove their masks when speaking from their seats. Since I'm often interacting with council members and staff, I hope you'll forgive me if I often do not replace my mask. The good news is that I am now fully vaccinated, and hence the chance of my being a spreader of the disease should be very low. A few other last items about public comment. Tonight, there are numerous opportunities to provide public comment. Persons who wish to offer in-person comments will be asked to speak first if they are in the room here tonight, and then we'll go to Zoom. You'll need to speak very clearly and loudly, as there is no amplification within this room, and that goes for council members as well. Please do speak a little bit louder to the pizza box and to each other, because it is a large room. Second, persons who are attending virtually using Zoom will be asked to speak second. They'll need to register before noon on the day of the meeting and indicate which agenda item or items they'll be speaking to. If you have so signed up, you'll need to use the raise hand feature on your screen to indicate to the clerk that you're ready to speak and that your microphone should be unmuted. People in this room will be able to hear but not see you. the person who is commenting, that is. So further instructions on how to attend virtually are available on the agenda and minutes page of the city website. The public comment phone line that has been used over the last year has been discontinued. So no public comments will be taken using that phone number. With that concludes my introductory comments for sort of the procedure of our meeting. Before we get into our first agenda item, which is our COVID-19 update from our County Health Officer, John Felton, I will just ask council if they have any questions about procedure, and then turn it to City Administrator Chris Kukulski to see if he has any introductory comments. Deputy Mayor Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor.
Someone's not done.
Thank you, Honor. I just want to thank you and also Mr. Kukulski and the staff here, because it was a big and arduous task, Channel 7 and many others, to get us here. I don't take it for granted. Denise Bowman and others who are working very hard behind the scenes to do what we've asked. And we as council appreciate them listening to us as the community is asking us as well. And again, being redundant, thank them all for their hard work and being able to do this right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakovich. Absolutely, we all agree. Thank you for saying that. Chris, do you have anything in the way of introductory comments before we go to item number 1?
I'll be brief. Just to repeat, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Yes, and thanks to the staff, everybody getting ready for this evening. And thank you for your patience and continued patience and grace as we make our way through tonight and hopefully get set up for what I hope is a smooth and a quick transition from this to ultimately all being able to meet in person and be beyond the pandemic. So thank you, Mayor. That's all that I have.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And just a reminder for any member of the public who might be watching, because this is a work session, our procedures are a little more informal than during a regular business meeting. If you notice that, that's why. And also, there will be an opportunity for public comment immediately after each of the 4 items on our agenda. Those items are, and these are available on our city website, as well as some of the packet materials for anybody who would like to see them. First, our COVID-19 update. Second, our legislative update from Helena. Third, proposed contract with TDS Metrocom for broadband franchise. And lastly, our schedule for upcoming budget meetings. That's our agenda this evening. With that, we have a question by Councilmember Neese, or comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, do we know how many people registered for the meeting before the noon deadline?
Denise, how many registrations did we have for Zoom tonight? Any, or what's the number?
Tonight, so far, we have only one, and she was not able to make the noon deadline, which I think that is going to be a problem in the future, but we can discuss that later. I think they can, she was able to register after noon.
Okay.
So it sounds like we've got one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll also just say to council, it's going to pose something of a challenge if I start looking around the room for raised hands. I'll try to focus on my screen, and if I don't see your raised hand, either to pose a question or make a comment or vote, please, and you don't think I've recognized you, don't hesitate to go ahead and say something and get my attention. So I'll apologize in advance for that possible difficulty. But with that, John Felton is with us this evening. John, welcome back to the library. It looks strangely like your old office for some reason tonight, but be that as it may, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it does look a lot like my office. So I'm going to go through some of our usual data points today, and I've got a couple other things I want to talk about. One is some information on what we're seeing statewide from the variants, and then we'll talk about our current vaccination situation. I would note that you saw today there were no new cases reported statewide. That's sort of like the no new cases on Christmas Day. It wasn't that there weren't any, but yesterday the state's database called MIDAS was being upgraded, and so there was nothing put into it. you'll see over the next couple of days, you'll see the Sunday cases will show up. It's one of the reasons that we really use that Sunday through Saturday week, because stuff just happens and it kind of catches up. So I wish I could say that we had no new cases and that's why everyone's reporting 0, but that's probably not the case. So let me share my screen here. And we'll start with, with our data. Let's see, let me get this. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put it on full screen here. Maybe. Okay. Do you see my full screen view?
Yes, we also see your next slide. There you go.
Okay, yeah, it's really slow for some reason. Okay, so as you know, we have seen a pretty steady reduction since our peak in November. This is statewide. We're still running somewhere around on a 7-day average about 150 to 60 cases a day. In Yellowstone County, we've really been quite low. Right now, you'll see that we ran about 16 cases a day in February. We're running a little less than that, or in March, and a little less than that through the first part of April. But overall, our case counts have remained low for a pretty significant period of time. When we look at the share of cases, Yellowstone County cases is a proportion of the state. Again, as we've talked about, our share of the population is about 15 or 16%, but we've been steadily under that for really about the last month and a half or so. We've been under that proportionate share. And again, I think that we need to realize that doesn't mean we have no cases, but it does mean that we're staying pretty much in check for an extended period of time. When we look at new cases per 100,000, a reminder that our benchmarks are 0 to 10 per 100,000 per day is green status, 10 to 25 per 100,000 per day is yellow status, and above 25 per 100,000 per day is red status. And you can see that we've been under that 10 3 times out of the last 4 weeks. So we have 2 consecutive weeks, so that will be a green status. That 10 cases per 100,000 per day for us is about 16 cases a day. When we look at on a monthly basis, you can see that in the month of March, we really did get down for the entire month down to that 10 cases per 100,000 per day, or about 16 per day. But when you look at the drop over the last 4 or 5 months, from our peak in November, we're about in an 1/8 or a 1/9 of where we were in November. Through the first couple days first 3 days of April, we're actually lower still. We're at about 7 cases per 100,000 per day. I only included that through the 3rd because yesterday's artificial 0 drives that artificially low, so I just didn't include that. But through the first few days of April, we continue to see good numbers. Test positivity has also been good. We've been below in our green range of below 5% for the last 6 weeks. That suggests that we're doing an adequate amount of testing, but we don't have widespread disease. We clearly saw disease spreading. Again, we're getting 12 to 16 cases a day on average, but this level indicates that we're doing a good amount of testing and that the disease is not running rampant. This was back here when really 1 out of every 5 tests were positive. Now we're about 1 out of every 25 tests were positive. This is the other thing that we've seen a dramatic change in. This is our inpatient census. So these are patients who are admitted to our 2 hospitals for COVID-19. I started collecting the data back when school started. So if you, and actually a little bit farther back than that, but we're down in single digits to low double digits of cases. I think we're about 7 or 8 days in a row we've been below 10 for total inpatient census. We got down to 3, kind of came up again, now it's working its way down a little bit. But again, back here we were at 150 and now we're at, say, 10 or less. So very significant reductions of the burden on our healthcare system. Most of our patients, or about half our patients, remain Yellowstone County residents. This particular day that 100% of the patients were from Yellowstone County was the day when there were 3 COVID inpatients in our 2 hospitals. So this is really, with such small numbers, it tends to jump quite a bit. This is where we look at age group, and this I think is really important as we start talking more and more about vaccination. That 0 to 19, the school age group, has been very steadily at 13% for months. Our biggest group is that 20 to 39-year-old. That's almost 40% of our cases, and almost 2/3 of our cases are between 20 and 59. So this is our working, largely our working population. And it's part of the reason that we really need to continue to push vaccination to keep our workplaces open, to keep our workforce safe. And also, many of the people who are in this age group have parents and other family members who are up in this much more vulnerable age group. And so we really need to keep pushing vaccines to this population. When we look at just the proportion of cases that are our school agers, as we talked about, it's increased a little bit since school started. Generally runs 12 to 15%. One of the issues that you get into right now, where this is so widely variable over the last 4 or 5 weeks, is there's so few cases. These are, 9 to 10 or 11 cases a week. So 1 or 2 makes a huge difference when the case numbers are low. And this is our vaccination status. So we now have, this is through the end of last week, or the first, today's report, we have close to 80,000, about 77,000 Yellowstone County residents who received at least 1 vaccine, and about a little over 31,000 or so that would be considered fully vaccinated. Just to remind you, fully vaccinated means that you received your final dose, which, for most of these is 2, but for Johnson & Johnson is 1, and then 2 weeks have elapsed since that final dose. So we're getting a more significant share of the population is getting vaccinated. The differences are kind of slowing a bit, the week-to-week differences. When we look at, this gets us into the concept of herd immunity, and as I told you before, I prefer the term population protection for a couple of reasons. One is reaching that level does not confirm immunity upon the entire community. What it really means is the community is less likely to spread cases. So transmission is down and new case counts are down when you get up to a higher proportion of the population. With COVID, this is a little bit of a dicey number. So the blue bars, which you'll see aren't changing much, is the number of natural infections. These are people who are confirmed to have had COVID-19. And as our case counts reduce, then this number just doesn't change very much relatively. Bear in mind that some proportion of the population, it's probably around 40 or 50%, something like that, is asymptomatic or has such mild disease they don't get tested. So we have, I just like these big round numbers, so we have almost 17,000 known infections. If 40 to 50% of that number was also infected but asymptomatic, or so mildly symptomatic they didn't get tested, this total number is probably, give or take a little bit, about 24,000. Or about 15% of our population. We do have close to 20%, it's a little over 19, that are fully vaccinated, meaning they've had their terminal vaccination, their second, most of them, the first of Johnson & Johnson. There's also some overlap in these 2 groups, so it's really hard to get a precise number. Unfortunately, the database, the state database of people who are infected and the state database of people who are vaccinated are 2 different databases. So we can't just merge them and find out, what number is total. But I think it's reasonable to guess that we're somewhere, when you account for overlap as well as unknown natural infection cases, we're somewhere in that 30-ish to 35% range somewhere. To reach the level of population protection, we need to be up somewhere around 75-ish, give or take a little bit. That is also not a precise number. And I know everyone likes to have a precise number, like when is this thing over? What we do know is that we need to be up at that range just to be confident that we slowed the spread pretty dramatically. And so we're on our way, but we're not there yet. One more thing before I want to share with you before we move on to vaccinations. I do want to show you. Can you see that picture of the variants? Can someone tell me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is something new that the state has started to share. And these are the COVID-19 variants identified in Montana. And they talk about variants of interest, which is something that maybe is not as sensitive to the vaccine. Variants of concern are ones that we would be concerned might become more resistant to the vaccine. Not every case is tested for variants. You have to have a pretty good sample in terms of numbers of virus particles. And so certainly not every case is tested. So it's likely there are more cases of variant infection than is shown here. These are the ones that have had the secondary testing and have been demonstrated to be one of the variants. But this is, the biggest number is this UK variant, that B117 we hear a lot about. When you look at, 23 out of the 27 cases are in Gallatin County and Missoula County, those being large university populations. There's some belief that may be related to the travel of college students. It's really difficult to know. We also have people coming into those communities for winter activities and things like that. But this was updated on March 30th. And so we'll continue to watch this. As I've said before, I think it's really more a matter of when, not if, a variant case is identified in our community. What we do know about the variants is, although the vaccine may not be as effective in terms of preventing infection, we do know that all the vaccines are very effective at reducing the severity of disease. And essentially, there's no cases of hospitalization or death of a person who's been vaccinated and then been infected with one of the variants. So the last thing before I open up for questions, talk a little bit about what our vaccine situation is. We are getting more vaccine into the community, but we're also seeing a reduction in demand. So as of just before this meeting started, I looked on PrepMod, which is the online way that you can schedule vaccines. And for this week, we still have more than 1,600 available vaccine slots for this week. We set aside about 10% of the doses for telephone scheduling for people who have more difficulty with the PrepMod system. I don't know how many of those are filled, but I do know that I haven't seen the usual email I get that says all of the telephone slots are taken. So I think there's a lot of things that are playing into this. One is when we have less disease, people are less anxious about it, and they feel a more sense of comfort. The other is, I'm sure a lot of you are well versed in economics. There's the whole theory of economic scarcity, that when things are scarce, people tend to drive their personal demand up. Think toilet paper in March of 2020. And so I think with the sense that there's more vaccines coming, that fear of scarcity is reduced, and people aren't just storming the doors to get in. There's some good things. A lot of our vaccination has been with the most vulnerable populations. So even as we have cases, we're seeing fewer hospitalizations and deaths. I do think it's really important that we continue to remind people how vital it is that they get vaccinated. There's two ways to get that level of population protection. One is through natural infection, and one is through vaccination. We know we've got lots of history that tells us when natural infection is the way that we're going, about 5% of cases are getting admitted to the hospital, 1% of people are dying. There's a very, very, very small, it's not zero, but a very small proportion of people who get vaccinated who have negative outcomes. But it is far safer and far faster to reach that level of population protection through vaccination rather than through natural infection. And I would just refer you to Sweden as the example. Sweden made the decision early on in the pandemic that they were just going to kind of do nothing and let natural infection take its course. They did have a higher infection rate. It was not dramatically higher than other countries, but they also had a much, much higher death rate. So we can get to the level of population protection much more quickly if we encourage people to get vaccinated rather than wait for natural infection to run its course. The other thing is when we look at CDC guidance, people who are fully vaccinated, again, fully vaccinated means you've had your last vaccine and 2 weeks have passed since then. Fully vaccinated people can gather without masks as long as they're with other fully vaccinated people. You can be around low-risk people. So for those of us who are grandparents, we can be around our grandkids, although they're not vaccinated, if we're fully vaccinated. The fastest way that we can get back to this sense of what we want to do and how we want to do it is through vaccination. So I would ask that you continue to really encourage people to get vaccinated. We have doses. We're not wasting. We didn't use all our doses from last week, but we did not waste them. They're still available. The other thing that we're doing now, as you've seen in the paper, we have contracted out the labor for the Shrine and Cedar Hall community clinics. Riverstone Health is still providing the pod management for those sites. But that allows us to take our staff and out places. So we're making arrangements to go to things like group homes, senior living apartment complexes. We're working with other at-risk populations like the unsheltered population of people experiencing homelessness in our community. We're starting to work with some businesses that are interested in having vaccine clinics. So we really do need to keep getting that vaccine out, and so we can get where we need to be. So with that, I will stop and be happy to answer whatever questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, John. As always, very, very informative. Let me just start by asking you kind of where you left off, which is encouraging people to be vaccinated. How do we do that in a more organized and effective manner, other than just kind of the comments that you just made, for example, including for parts of our community that may be underprivileged, have transportation challenges, maybe not have easy access to the internet, may have certain suspicion or lack of comfort with medical providers. How do we convince people to get vaccinated? Because that's going to protect our economy and those around us.
Yeah, so we're using a number of different strategies. We've got some different social media strategies to reach different demographic groups. I think the ability of going to people is helpful. So for instance, we have been having one of our home care nurses been going out to homebound people and vaccinating them in their homes. That's an advantage, certainly a good opportunity to use the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine. I think we need to remind people that first of all, these vaccines are very safe. It is not a new technology. Like there's a lot of concern about the Pfizer and the Moderna product and the messenger RNA vaccines being somehow some sort of new science that someone made up in the last 9 or 10 months. The reality is that technology has been worked on for a decade or more, and this was an opportunity to use it. They're very safe. We need to remind people that some of the stories that they hear on social media, things like that those messenger RNA vaccines change people's DNA. It doesn't. Or that these are unsafe rush to market vaccines. They've all been through good testing. They are safe. The reality is that a number of people who get the vaccines have a brief reaction. I'll tell you that when I got my second and had the reaction, I felt pretty good about it because my immune system was working. And I think that's what we need to remember is when you get that feeling of that headachy, body ache, a little bit of fever, that's your immune system doing its job. So we shouldn't view that as a negative consequence of getting the vaccine. It's evidence that the vaccine is working. But I think we need to continue to try and dispel myths. And if we really want to get back to the level of economic activity and the level of social connectedness and activity that we want to, the fastest way is through vaccination. It is not through letting natural infection take its course.
Okay, thank you, John. I was feeling great about getting my second vaccine, but having gotten no adverse effects whatsoever, now I'm feeling not so good about that. Thanks a lot.
But if you don't feel good, maybe that's what it's doing.
Okay. Other questions for John? Just go ahead and raise your hand, council members. You've got Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Trickey.
Thank you. John, thanks for your report. I have a couple of questions on your slot availability. Is that just primarily through the community programs that are set up, or does that include the pharmacies also? Or is that just Riverstone and the hospitals?
So what we know about is the community centralized clinic. And when we talk about the number of slots, those are first dose vaccines at Cedar Hall. The private pharmacies are largely getting their vaccine through a direct federal allocation. And we don't know what that number is. It doesn't run through the state health department or local public health. We have some doses to some pharmacies that have requested, but we don't really know what the dose availability is at the private pharmacies because it doesn't run through our system.
So follow up with that, does that mean that the numbers that you've presented, how many people have been vaccinated, does that play into the ones that the pharmacy are given, are they a part of those numbers?
Yes, because what we're reporting on vaccine doses administered and people who are fully vaccinated is based on the reporting back to the state.
Okay.
And so we don't have on the supply side how many there are, but the actual administration does get reported to the state from those private pharmacies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Trickey?
I have two questions for Mr. Felton. First, do you know what the sampling rate is on the number of variants when they're testing for variants?
No, I'm not sure what rate the state is using. I know that when there's something that's very unusual, you can request to have that done, but it's got to be on tests that go to the state. So, and I'm not sure what proportion they're testing.
Okay. Do we have any idea at this point of what percentage of people are having long-term consequences from the virus, from the infection?
No, unfortunately, a lot of that is anecdotal. As time goes by, and this has been one of the real challenges with COVID-19 is people say, well, what are the long-term immunity effects of the vaccine? We don't know, right? Because the first vaccines were given back in September, so we've got 6 months worth of information. The long hauler syndrome is really difficult to get a number on because it's actually not tracked. What's tracked is that there's a case, and I have no doubt that as time goes by, that will be well studied. But right now, there's really not good data on what proportion of cases become long haulers.
Thank you, John. And if there's anything we can do to help get the word out about vaccination, let us know, because the sooner everybody gets vaccinated, the sooner we can return to normal. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Following up on that, John, have there been any updates on vaccine trials or anything for the younger set, the under 18 population, and when we might be looking at that?
Yeah, so those trials have been done on several of the vaccines. They now need to go through the emergency use authorization process with the FDA. So they need to take that data, send it to the FDA to be analyzed, and then request an emergency use authorization to expand the age group. The preliminary results were extremely positive, but there's still a process they have to go through before that will be released.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. John, of course, we hear in the news how there's a spike starting across different countries, and even they're saying here in the U.S., but we don't see that in our numbers here. Can you talk to why we're not seeing that here, and do you expect that to be here coming to Yellowstone County?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, to beat this drum again, the surest way to avoid that is to get a larger proportion of the population vaccinated. I think one of the challenges is that we don't necessarily do, as a society, we don't necessarily do a great job of learning from experience. So our experience is that the United States trails Europe by typically 3 to 4 weeks. And so Europe is gone through their surge, and then Montana trails the rest of the country by some period. And we have seen some surges. If you look at the national map across the upper Midwest and east, the northern part of the east, you'll see
John, I don't know if you can hear us. There
and
you
so
go.
we need to learn from that. We need to recognize that thus far we have not seen the surge, but history would tell us that it's likely to happen. So again, now is not the time to be saying our case counts are down, let's not worry about vaccination. Now is the time to be saying our case counts are down, this is a great opportunity to increase the rate of vaccination so that when those future surges happen, and they will, we will see case increases at certain times. What we want to see is surges that aren't as large and that result in fewer hospitalizations and fewer deaths. The answer to that is really doing what we need to do in terms of our preventive measures, as well as getting more of the population vaccinated. So we shouldn't wait to see if the surge is going to come. That's my goal.
Mayor, quick follow-up on that.
Please go ahead.
John, so if we do see a surge here in Yellowstone County where it is starting to grow, can we expect that you will monitor that and then maybe issue guidelines again as far as how people should be restricting their social distancing or activities and things like that?
Yeah, the CDC guidance is actually quite clear that we should still be doing that now, even with our lower case counts. In terms of will there be state orders or local orders, that kind of largely depends on first of all, what sort of surge we see, and secondarily, what happens in the legislature. Because the legislature is doing a lot of work right now on the authority of health, local health officers and local boards of health.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ewald, you may have noticed that I'm not on the internet anymore. I was booted for some reason, but you should still be able to hear me through the microphone, so I'll try to at least operate that way. But Councilmember Ewald, you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. John, has anybody made any speculation on how long this vaccine protection is going to last in a person? Is it 6 months, a year, 3 months? Anybody made a prediction on that?
No, and largely because there's not enough history. So, the people who've been vaccinated the longest are at about 6 months now. There have been cases of what's called breakthrough infection, where people are fully vaccinated and then become ill or become infected. But what's true in those is that they tend to be very mild. There's been no hospitalizations and no deaths in that type of infection. We know that for certain viral diseases that mutate a lot, you need to get vaccinated periodically. So influenza is the classic example. So one change we have seen, though, that is sort of militates towards the positive side is CDC has now said that if you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, again, 2 weeks beyond your last dose, and you become exposed to someone who's known to have COVID-19 as a close contact, you do not need to quarantine. Now, for people who have natural infection, the CDC guidance is still, if a person who's been naturally infected gets exposed, has a close contact exposure, they don't need to quarantine for 3 months after they recover. There is no limitation on the vaccine right now. So if you're vaccinated and you have a close contact, you do not need to quarantine. So we're not going to really have that sort of long range data until we have long range. Until we have some time to see what. But early on, CDC seems to be going with the vaccine gives at least some degree of protection beyond the 3 months that they're concerned about for natural infection.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. John, do we know if the vaccines and if vaccinations happening, I'm trying to figure out how to word my question. Okay, I know the locations of vaccinations where vaccinations are happening is specific. But about the people getting the vaccines in Billings, do we know if that's fairly evenly spread out through Billings, or are there pockets of areas in which we need to communicate a bit more heavily in those sections of Billings to encourage vaccinations? Are we missing an area within our community where we may need to communicate a little bit more heavily?
Yeah, so we don't know that today, but we have asked the state to work with us through the GIS, or Geographic Information System, which can do geocode plotting that would show you where infections are and where vaccination is happening. Typically, what we've gotten in the past is zip code level data. But if you think about 59101, that covers a lot of territory. That's Lockwood, it's downtown. So zip code level is not very useful. So we Riverstone Health have asked the state to help us and work with us to get geocode level GIS mapping for that exact reason, to see if we have areas that are we're missing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. John, we should move on with our agenda, but maybe one last question that's near and dear to the hearts, I'm sure, of council members and also members of the public, which is, how long do we need to continue to wear the masks? And do we need to wear the masks? Here in the room, we're generally socially distanced, but there can be potentially a lot of people in the room, and as you know, our meetings can go quite long. But can you comment on that issue?
Yes, you do need to be masked while you're in a large group meeting like that. If everyone in the room was known to be fully vaccinated, then CDC says you can take your masks off. That's really difficult in a public type setting like you all work in, to be sure that everyone is fully vaccinated. The CDC has clearly said that until we reach significantly higher levels of vaccination in communities, we need to continue physical distancing, we need to continue masking. I would point out there's been a lot of questions about the decision regarding 3 feet in schools as opposed to 6 feet. That doesn't necessarily fit our community very well. That's really directed towards those communities that have not yet begun in-class school, where they're saying, we can't go back to school because we can't get all the kids in and keep them 6 feet apart. What's been shown is that kids are less likely to transmit. So 6 is better, but 3 will do in schools. However, the definition of a close contact didn't change. It's still within 6 feet or less for 15 minutes or more in a 24-hour period when the person's infectious. So at this point, it's great that we can start getting some groups back together, but we do need to stay masked. We do need to stay distanced. And if it turns out that one of your members or guests at one of your meetings was positive, and anyone was within 6 feet or less for 15 minutes or more, that person would still need to quarantine.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll conclude that item then and move to public comment on item number 1, our COVID-19 update. Is there anybody present, before we go to Zoom comments, is there anybody in the room who would like to comment on item number 1? Not seeing anybody go to the podium. Denise, our clerk, I'll ask whether we have anybody on Zoom who registered to comment on item number 1.
Mayor, I have not seen anybody raise their hand to comment on this item. Oh,
Okay.
one moment, please. One moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ellis, are you on?
I am.
Very.
John, the comment I had, I heard you talking on NPR earlier this afternoon, and you mentioned that there seems to be a lot of people in the 20 to 30 age range that aren't getting vaccinated. And I went and looked at the sign up for the Metra, and all the sign up times are between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. during the week, Monday through Friday. It seems to me that one of the things you could do if you want to encourage people to get vaccinated is to provide a broader range of times for people to go. Not everybody works between 8 and 5, but a lot of people do, and so they can't get there. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know, once public comment is closed, if John Felton is still with us, he may have clicked off. We'll ask him to comment. And if not, we'll try to get back to council with an answer to that, because I think we all understand the importance of that. Denise, any other comments?
No, Mayor, I have no other comments.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period. I'm not seeing John Felton still on the screen, so we'll try to watch your emails. We'll try to ask him to comment on that issue specifically. Okay, thank you very much. We'll proceed then to item number 2, our legislative update. Our lobbying firm, the Crowley Fleck firm, the representatives are with us this evening. Chris Kukulski, anything that you have the way of introductions before we turn it over to Greg and Amy?
So Mayor and Council, I'll be brief.
I'll be traveling to testify Wednesday morning, so our House Bill 578, that's the requirement for Department of Corrections to be in communication with the courts after 5 days of an inmate not being relocated into state custody. We'll be testifying on that Wednesday morning at that hearing. And if the hearing is over, or based on the timing of it, that same time is when House Bill 632 will be heard. And House Bill 632 is the legislation around all the federal funding that's coming to the state of Montana. So I'm grateful that bill, that 632 is being carried by Frank Garner. So we've got a really good working relationship with Representative Garner, and we'll continue to communicate and see how that goes. I think with that, I just want to thank council members and staff who testified over the past several weeks, as well as Greg and Amy, who, though you guys don't have daily interaction with them or necessarily weekly, Kevin and I and the staff are kind of in constant communication with them, and I really appreciate the work that they've been doing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy Gramales. Amy and Greg will get us kind of updated on where we've been since our last discussion with the council, and looking forward through the end of the session. So with that, Amy, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kukulski. Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, I'm not able to be seen on video. Maybe that's on purpose, which is fine. Okay, now I can start. Well, great to see everybody. And thanks for hosting us again at the City Council meeting. Greg's going to go after me. I'm going to give the overview, and then we'll both remain on, Mr. Kukulski, Mayor Cole, and Council for questions, because that's always the best part. So we are at day 65 starting tomorrow. The legislature had a 4-day Easter break. Just as a reminder, it's a 90-day legislative session, and the calendar goes out till May 11th. I would wager a good bet. I'm also betting on Gonzaga tonight, so I might not tune in for the entire council meeting. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. But I would say that we expect to have some extra days. We expect the legislature to be done this calendar month. And whether they sine die, which is the Latin term for, at least in my book, see you later, or if they actually adjourn, which means they could come back and no bill is really dead, they will probably use one of those two by the end of the month. The funding of a budget amount bigger than our state budget coming from the federal government with the ARPA funds is really the kind of the question in terms of if they'll come back or not. And so Mr. Kukulski alluded to the big bill that's out there dealing with those federal funds, but the rules have not been promulgated yet for that. And so while there are 31 states that have filed that they can move forward with tax cuts in possible contradiction to the Treasury rules that Janet Yellen tried to come out and clarify, that is a note of concern because there's several bills that have tax cuts in them and whether or not that contradicts with the taking of the ARPA funds. So that's kind of the big overview conversation right now that's happening on day 65. I would say that on day 67, just taking a look at my notes, that's the day that you have to have a transmittal of all revenue and appropriation bills. So that means by Thursday, every bill that is not a study resolution has to move from the first house to the second house. So we talked about this at transmittal, but we gave the asterisk that says this does not apply to revenue bills. So if it's a revenue bill, it had this later deadline, right? So instead of it being day 45, you had day 67. That date is approaching, it is Thursday. So we will then really have a better sense of if the bills that relate to revenue, taxes, appropriations, if those all have moved from one house to the next. So that will whittle down a few bills, as you can imagine. The other thing to just highlight for the team today is that we have 3 bills dealing with marijuana. So there's 2 parts of marijuana. As you all know, the initiative passed, 2 initiatives passed actually. One making the legal age 21, and the other allowing for the legalization of recreational marijuana. We already had it for medicinal purposes. So there's 3 bills. There's House Bill 707 by Brad Cheetah. The biggest difference between Brad Cheetah's bill and HB 670 by Derek Skis and HB 701 by Mike Hopkins is the taxation point. So Brad Cheetah's bill taxes at the wholesaler level, just like we tax alcohol. The other 2 bills tax at the retail level. There's other differences as well. They are very much kind of like Jell-O, so there's a lot of squishiness in terms of what will actually be the end product for those bills. But all 3 are alive. And again, they need to clear by Thursday. So we'll see if all 3 of them are alive after Thursday. House Bill 701 by Mike Hopkins is kind of, I'd say, maybe the preferred method or model, and it has the regulation side and the taxation side. So just wanted to highlight those. And then, as you all know, I'm kind of wonky about the numbers, so I just thought I'd give you a little litmus test here of where we're at. Right now, there's 1,274 bills that have been introduced or resolutions. That's about average, actually. So we're not a lot less. There's many states where they restricted the number of bills because of COVID being introduced. That's not the case in Montana. So we're about the same as we usually are. So just want you to know that your legislators are hard at work. I'm thrilled Mr. Kukulski can come and testify in person for the city's bill, House Bill 578. It'll likely be at 8:30 or 9 a.m. Wednesday. And so if you're interested, you can tune in live and watch that. But we've had a lot of great proponents, and again, want to thank the entire Billings delegation for supporting that bill. Our bill sponsor, Representative Terry Moore, and our bill requester, Representative Bill Mercer. So with that, I'll hand it over to Greg Dorrington, and happy to answer questions or comment from here, Mr. Kukulski and team.
Great. Well, thanks, Amy, and thanks, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having us tonight. I thought I would kind of start off with the budget numbers and budget bills first, and then kind of move on to some more subject matter bills that may be of interest to the council members. So, as Amy mentioned, the transmittal deadline for revenue bills is coming up, and the biggest revenue bill or appropriation bill is HB2, which is the bill that funds state government. And that bill has actually already transmitted to the other house, so it's before Senate Finance, and will be there for the foreseeable future as things get worked out on the Senate side. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that one, and that'll be a big focal point for the rest of the session. HB 632, which both Amy and Mr. Kukulski talked about, is the big bill that distributes the ARPA funds. And so there's about $3 billion in ARPA funds coming to the state of Montana. This bill is responsible for allocating about $2.3 billion of those. And what they've done since we last visited, because we did talk about ARPA last time, but what the legislators decided to do is to break this down into about 5 different silos. So there's health, education, infrastructure, communications, and then economic transformation and stabilization. So these are each kind of siloed out. They've got a set number of dollars that will be going to those various areas. And then for at least the last three of those, the infrastructure, communications, and economic, they're creating commissions. So there's specific advisory commissions that will help determine where funding will go from those monies. So, for example, the Infrastructure Commission is responsible for looking at capital projects for local water and wastewater projects, and they've got about $619 million to dole out. Communications is going to be focused on broadband, cell towers, public safety, and radio. And then economic stabilization, we're looking at housing assistance, small business credit initiative, workforce training, and local economic development entities. And there's about $150 million for that. And sorry, I skipped over communications. There's $250 million in that bucket. And so what the process that they have lined out, so these commissions will have 9 members. It consists of 3 senators that will be appointed, so 2 from the majority party and 1 from the minority. 3 representatives, same breakdown, 2 from the majority, 1 from the minority. And then 3 members appointed by the governor. And in terms of how the process will go, individuals, businesses, local governments who are interested in availing themselves of this ARPA money will file an application and submit basically a grant request to the relevant state agency. It's mostly going to be the Department of Commerce here, providing materials and justification for the project that they want funded. And those are all due by July 1st. So mark that on your calendars, because there's not a whole lot of time between the end of the legislative session and when these applications or requests for grant funds need to be submitted. So it's a pretty quick turnaround time. And then what happens is that the agency will review those requests, they'll rank the projects, and then issue a list of recommended projects to the Advisory Commission. And then the Advisory Commission does another review and evaluates those projects, and then submits the recommendations to the governor. And then the governor will again review those requests and decide which ones are going to be approved for funding. And they're going to be looking at things like, in terms of preferences anyway, how well can you match funds? So what is the match rate? Is the local government willing to put up, $1 for $1, dollar for dollar for their project? Things like that. How well this relates to COVID-related impacts or addresses those impacts. How well are you utilizing partnerships and leveraging both public, private money? So those are all very important factors to keep in mind, especially if the city is looking to avail itself of some of these ARPA funds. So keep that in mind. In terms of, just additional funds that are coming to the city, you've got these buckets through 632 that you can apply for, but the City of Billings will also be getting some direct funding from ARPA. And there's about $50 million that's going to be split between Billings, Missoula, and Great Falls. I don't know the exact amount that will be coming to the City of Billings, but it will be some factor of that. And that'll be coming straight from Treasury. And it's supposed to be at least 50% of it by May 10th. So that should be coming relatively soon. I think that's about it that I wanted to cover for ARPA, and please feel free to answer questions or ask questions. We'll try and come up with some answers for you. But let me talk about some of the bills that are just winding their way through the body at the moment that might be of interest. The first is local control and gun laws. So just a little reminder, the last election cycle, LR 130 was passed, and that limited local government power in terms of regulating carrying of firearms. But that referendum left kind of the sliver of local government control over where local governments could regulate the carrying of firearms. And in particular, it was in publicly owned and occupied buildings like the City Hall building or courthouses. That was preserved in LR 130. It was preserved in another bill that came through the legislature this session, which is HB 102. But it is being attacked in a bill called HB 436 by Representatives Kearns out of Cascade County. And this bill would remove that authority of local governments so that they could no longer regulate concealed or open carry firearms in public buildings. That bill is still alive. It's cleared the House on party line votes, and it had a hearing in Senate Judiciary on March 16th. So it's still with that committee. We're watching that one closely, and we'll continue following that one and opposing it. The other topic, special districts, those who've been under attack this session. We've managed to defeat the first barrage against special districts that came early in the session, but some of those same themes now are popping up in new bills that are revenue-based, including this new bill, SB 385. This bill was tabled last week, but then came back to life after it was removed and passed out of committee, so that's going to the full Senate floor. But the bill does a few things that are of interest to the city. Number one, it takes away the authority to create special districts by resolution, so you can only use a referendum or a petition process to create new districts. It would limit the duration of special districts to 10 years. And in order to have that district go any longer than 10 years, you have to submit it back to the voters. There is a grandfather clause, which is good. So existing districts that are presently in existence will continue to operate under the terms of the statutes that are currently in existence. So that's a good thing, but lots of legal issues there that we need to kind of sort through, and we'll continue to oppose that one. Some land use bills. One of the main ones that we're watching is called SB 260, and it's a regulatory takings bill. It's being framed as kind of a pro-business bill that would require government reimbursement for the cost of regulations impacting businesses and private property. This bill has come up kind of session after session, but this is kind of the first year that it's really gotten some legs underneath of it. And what it does is it expands the meaning of private property. And then it basically says that any government regulation that devalues property by 25% or more is known as a per se regulatory taking. So you're taking that private property from that individual, and that requires compensation from the government entity who imposed the regulation. So from a local government perspective, it kind of restricts the government from being able to impose new regulations for fear of limiting or impacting or devaluing private property rights, including businesses. And that's a big deal for local zoning, land use regulations, and things of that sort. So we're watching that one closely and have been opposing that one along the way. One other one dealing with local government operations is SB 393, which was heard the other week that we testified in support of. This was the Montana League of Cities and Towns bill that would have codified the remote meeting requirements from the AG's office. That bill was actually tabled in committee. It didn't make it out. There was a lot of opposition to not so much the remote testimony or remote meeting portion, but more the public records request portion. So a lot of state agencies were opposed. There were members of the public who submit FOIA requests were opposed. But there was also some general reluctance from committee members to facilitate the remote meeting piece. So there was a little bit of resistance there because they think business ought to be conducted in person. So that was kind of interesting. But anyway, that one's tabled, and we'll see what happens there. And then finally, I did want to touch on the ballot election issues. I believe Councilmember Puritan brought that up at the last session, so I didn't want to leave that unanswered. There are a number of bills that are still alive on ballot issues. One is HB 406, and that deals with who can collect a ballot and which ballots count as provisional, et cetera. There's HB 651, which would require a hearing before a legislative interim committee before a group can begin collecting petition signatures. And it also clarifies ballot initiatives cannot provide for appropriation of revenue. So that's kind of harkening back to the I-190 issue with the marijuana initiative. And then also some new provisions for paid signature gatherers and things like that. There's a lot of other election-related bills out there dealing with absentee votes, with poll watchers, voter ID, voter registration, those sorts of things. So lots of action in that area. But those were kind of the bills that I wanted to at least highlight for the council. And I will close my mouth and let you all talk and answer or ask some questions of Amy and I.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Greg. Very informative. Questions for Greg or Amy? Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg and Amy. One of the first questions that I have on that House bill, is it 578 for the DOC? It's Wednesday at 8:30. Where is that going to be heard? Where do we look?
Oh, sorry, this is Amy. I wasn't sure if Greg was jumping in or if it was me. So thank you for the question. I think it's at 8:30. It could be at 9. So if I can just get that to you tomorrow, Greg and I can get that finalized out to you tomorrow. Usually that committee meets at 9, but I have a sneaky feeling that they might meet at 8:30. So
okay, thank you.
So we'll get that to you, and that will be over in Senate Judiciary. So that's the committee that it will be in.
That's what I wanted to know. So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
So I just have to comment more than anything on some of the bills, Senate bills and House bills that have been presented, and you as lobbyists have, and the city has officially opposed those or supported certain things. I think one of them is specifically to the special districts. For some, we do think that those special districts, because of the flavor of the council at any given time, that they can raise those assessments, and it's almost to the point of taxation without representation. So there's a key element into those, and so just for, I guess, for the public to know that not all of council does agree with some of those stances, and we have been opposed to those. And I just felt like it was important to say that for the public, so that they know that not everyone on the council will agree with that. I know that they've had a lot of trouble in Missoula with some of those assessment districts or special districts, and so I guess that was just my comment, that I felt like I had to make that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg, a quick question. As I was taking some notes here, and you were talking about the fund, you called them the ARP funds, the funds that are going to go to the committees. I thought I heard you say that any organization can apply for that. Is that correct? So it's not just city governments that are going to be applying for this money. It could be any organization?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neese, I think it really depends on what the Treasury guidelines are going to be and what particular funding group this comes out of. I know, for example, the infrastructure fund, that's going to be mostly state and local government projects, period. I don't think that there's going to be any private applicants in that. I could be wrong, but then when it comes to communications and economic stabilization, there will be an allowance for businesses themselves to apply for that sort of funding.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that's going to be fleshed out in the guidance that comes out later too.
Okay, so it's important then, probably not just our city to pay attention to these guidelines, but other organizations will be able to apply for grant money for their projects. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I think it's important also for the public to understand and know that we as a council voted on what our priorities were, and we gave a direct message to our city staff and to our lobbyists on what the priorities were as council. So every member of the city of Billings that votes and is a resident of Billings is represented on city council. And our job as city council members is actually to represent our constituent base when we do that vote on what the priorities are for city council. So that representation did happen, it did occur. If we as an individual person have either a for or against issue with certain bills that are in Helena, then we as individuals can go and oppose those. But we voted on this as a body of council members, and we gave a majority vote and a directive to our city staff. So I think that's important that we acknowledge and understand that our lobbyists are doing a great job on behalf of the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions for Greg or Amy? Any other questions before we go to public comment on this item? Councilmember Trickey.
Actually, it wasn't really a question, but I did want to say that in 1776 in Boston, they were not saying that they wanted to directly vote on whether or not they were getting taxed on something. They wanted to make sure that somebody from what was not yet the United States was represented in Parliament. Well, today, here, right now, Parliament is us. City Council is a duly elected group of people who are allowed to make decisions about taxation. So the phrase taxation without representation is a huge misrepresentation because we are the representation. Thank you. And I hope I never have to say that again to council.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember, any other questions or comments for our lobbyists or those gathered here? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Greg or Amy, which one of you wants to take this, but the bill that you said that was dead or tabled, potentially codifying the remote meeting laws, what does that mean for us on city council in terms of our ability to have remote meetings going forward or have people participate remotely? Does that affect our ability to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. I think that's a wonderful question, and I can't give you the answer to it. I think maybe that's a great question to submit to Ms. Dahl and have her evaluate what it means going forward for the city. But yeah, I was surprised to see that one go down in flames, actually.
Hey, Greg, if I can ask you a follow-up question related to that, is there any chance of I don't know quite how the process works, but getting that back out of committee on a blast motion for purposes of having a very skinned down version that would just allow appearance by Zoom, by phone, clarify that representatives could participate in these meetings electronically and not get into the messier issues of what we charge for documents and all of that was also in that bill?
Mr. Mayor, a very good question, and I think what we're facing right now is a very short timeline to get that bill over the line and into the other house. As Amy mentioned, we've got until Thursday to get it off the table and submitted to the Senate. There may not really be time, and it depends on if they suspend rules and do multiple boards, I would think, for floor session. But I think it would be a real big challenge. And in terms of a blast motion, those are always a heavy lift. Amy might have some additional thoughts on that, but it would be very much up to the bill sponsor whether that's going to go forward or not.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, I guess the only other comment I have to add there is that historically, blast motions are really difficult, as Greg said. If this is a priority, Greg and I can do a little digging and see if we can talk to the bill sponsor and narrow the focus This, I would think, would be something a lot of entities would care about. But they have suspended the rules officially, so you can have second and third reading on the same day and some of those things. But as Greg said, you know, there's hours, not days, really, if you're counting. So if Mayor Cole, if you would like us to do that, please just send us a note afterwards, and Greg and I will start doing some digging. And I'm sure we can talk to our partners, MACO, the League of Cities and Towns, and find out what they're doing on that as well.
Yeah, and I don't have the authority to speak on behalf of the whole council on this. I just would express my view that if there's a doable way that I think that'd be a good idea, that we should at least communicate with the League of Cities and Towns, since it's their legislation, that we would support that. But I wouldn't want to second guess whether this is worth the effort and the time and the political capital. Those of you who are a lot savvier than I are better placed to make those kind of judgments.
Well, given that it's an important procedural issue, we'll follow up on it, and Greg and I will report back to all of you.
Okay, great, thanks. Further questions, Councilmember Neese and Tricky? And I'm sorry, can we start with Councilmember Ewald? I think he had his hand up a while ago, and I think I ignored him. Sorry, Councilmember Ewald. No, you didn't? Okay. Then Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. I read that bill that you're talking about, Mayor, that you wanted to move forward, and I had a lot of issues with it, so I would, as one council member, I don't think I would support it as it's written, so just to let you know that. I did have a question for Greg regarding the bill that Senator Brewster put forward as far as trying to get our the state law changed to where our appointed members of the water district could serve. Do you know where that is and how that's coming? Is that stuck in committee? And that would be one I would support in trying to get blasted out if it's tabled somehow.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neese. That bill has, it's HB 255 is the number. It has cleared one house and it has cleared committee in the other house, and it's just waiting to be scheduled for floor session. Last I spoke with Representative Brewster, he mentioned that there was maybe some concern about some of the language in that section you were referencing about appointments. It's not language that would impact, I think, the municipal or county appointments, but there was some concern about other language in that section, and it was going through some additional legal review. He was going to reach back out and let us know when that was ready, but I think it's just waiting to be scheduled for the floor second reading on the floor. And since it had already transmitted from one house to the other, I think it was kind of dropped down on the priority level because both the Senate and the House are busily trying to get those appropriation and revenue bills transmitted before they deal with other business that has less of a time pressure.
Mayor, quick follow up on that, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Greg, do you know what kind of support there is from the legislator as far as getting that passed when it comes to a vote?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neese, do you mean in terms of the bill sponsor or just the legislature as a whole?
The legislation, particular legislation, have you done any kind of, as far as counts on who supports that and doesn't?
No, we haven't done any whip counts or anything like that, but I can tell you that it's been moving through with great margins. I mean, it passed out second reading on the House side by a vote of 90-9. It passed out a Senate local government committee a vote 10-0. So it's getting good support. So, I mean, at least looking at those numbers, it's favorable.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky, you had your hand up earlier?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get the chance to write down the number on the initiative bill. What was the number on that one?
Are you referring to the gun regulation, local control?
No. The one that is trying to revise the initiative process.
We call it
That one.
House Bill 406 and House Bill 651 are the two that I jotted down.
Okay, thank you. And a different question. Is there any chatter up there in Helena about changing the procedure, the timing, the way the legislature does a business? I think the most inefficient way that we could possibly be doing it is the way we're currently doing it right now, literally, a month after they get elected, and then everything's got to be done within 3 or 4 months. Is there any chatter about spreading it out over a longer period of time? Anything like that?
Yes, I think I've promulgated some of that chatter myself, but I think that it would be fair to say that once you've served in any sort of capacity as an elected official, you recognize that the job is never what you thought it was, right? And so to come in to a legislative session 6 weeks after you've been elected, at the same time, this is actually much more difficult every 4 years or every 8 years, depending on when the executive changes. So you have an executive that is handed a budget that's different from the prior executive. And then they have to appoint a whole bunch of cabinet members. And then, the list goes on, right? And so this session, and is this a fair statement? Probably not, but I'll say it anyways. This session, because it's a Republican-led legislature and a Republican-led governor, there's a little bit more empathy for the executive branch from the legislative branch. There's just less empathy when they're from different parties, right? Like they're kind of like, well, you can do it. So now there's a little more empathy, and I do think that chatter is louder than I've heard. And I wish we could get rid of term limits. I don't think it's possible right now, but I have heard some dialogue, some serious dialogue about maybe having the legislature meet on even-numbered years and have a whole year of interim committee dialogue and get your ducks in a row kind of thing. And so I've heard that quite a bit. But, we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. So I don't know, Greg, do you have anything else to add? This is like my favorite conversation, actually. So, Greg, do you have anything?
At least they're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say I agree with what Amy said. I didn't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We should move to public comment on this item. So again, if you're listening out there, go ahead and we'll ask the clerk. Is there any, but let me first ask here in the library, is there anyone who would like to comment on item number 2, our legislative update? Anybody in person for item number 2? No one is here to comment on item number 2. So Denise, do we have anybody who has registered to comment via Zoom on item number 2?
No, Mayor? Yes, Mayor. One moment, please.
Hi, this is Pam again, Pam Ellis. The one thing I want to follow up is that it is possible to come pretty close to estimating how much you'll get from that $50 million because it's allocated to cities based on population for cities that are more than 50,000 in population. So just looking up the population of Missoula, Great Falls, and Billings online, Missoula's already had a report that they expect about 14.1 million. And that's pretty close to the calculation I get, which then leaves Billings getting about $22,500,000 from that $50 million. It's not going to be exact, but it's going to be pretty close. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, any other public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, that's it.
Thank you. I'll close our public comment on this item. And I'll just comment that the dollars that go to Great Falls, Missoula, and Billings as metropolitan planning organizations over 50,000 are allocated based on the CDBG formula, which only sorcerers understand. I wouldn't pretend to get there, but when you plug Billings into that number, it's actually less And my understanding is 16.4 million. It isn't done just proportionate to population. So Great Falls actually gets more than Billings, at least of that $50 million or so pot. That doesn't involve those other dollars, though, that are being allocated through the American Rescue Plan Act. At least that's my understanding. So with that, we'll move on to item number 3, the TDS Metrocom LLC cable franchise. Deputy City Attorney Stacy Tenney is with us for that. Chris Kukulski, should I turn it to Stacy, or did you have anything in the way of introduction on this item before I do so?
Stacy's going to take it away here momentarily. She's been working for several months with TDS. We are excited to have some more competition in this space, in this discussion. So they're going to introduce themselves. We've had a good long-term relationship with Spectrum. We expect that to continue, but in a marketplace of ideas and in a capital system, we actually see that there really is an opportunity here for expanded service throughout the community. In this past 12 months has certainly taught us that you cannot make any assumptions as to who might need a good broadband connection, whether they're now a kindergartner or they are a business entity. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy to do the introduction tonight and kick us off.
Stacy, it's all yours.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, council members. It's my pleasure to be here tonight via Zoom. And so happy that you're able to kind of break bread, though, together there, mostly at the library tonight. As Chris indicated, about 3 months ago, this was kind of my first steps into cable. Nothing that I had ever come across or had to work on legally before. So what I've come out of this is I kind of speak conversational cable, kind of like conversational French. But I do appreciate any questions that you have. I'll certainly try to answer those. TDS Metrocom is out of Madison, Wisconsin. They made application to the city back in October, and I provided those materials to you, those application materials to you tonight in your work session materials. And those are important because you'll be looking at their answers and how they've answered financial statements, legal statements, their technical ability statements. Those are 3 of the areas which, when we bring a proposed cable system franchise to you folks for first reading next week, you'll have wanted to review. But this evening, maybe I'll just go very, very quickly into cable television. In 1934, the United States Congress passed what's called the Communications Act. And that act brought all wire and radio communications under a federal regulatory scheme. And they started the Federal Communications Commission. And they just regulate wire and radio at that time. And there wasn't any cable TV at that time. It didn't really start for another decade or 2 in terms of television. And my understanding is that at that time when television originated, you would get this over radio waves. And so the radio waves weren't real constant, poor broadcasting. And so in about the mid-1940s, early 50s, you started to see these big community antennas. And they would be perched and bring in the radio waves. And then at that time, the antenna operators would basically just route the signals to residential customers by wire or cable. And that's basically how cable TV started. And there really wasn't much regulation per se until about the end of the 60s. And that's when there was a U.S. Supreme Court case, and there was some changes to that 1934 Communications Act. And at that point, they started to allow cities. They felt that cable was more kind of a local regulatory matter, and so the feds allowed local governments to basically get involved in what they'd like to see provided to their local residents. Later, in 1984, they passed the Cable Act, and this is under, again, this big Communications Act of 1934. But that allowed local communities to obtain up to a 5% franchise fee of gross revenues that local cable operators made from their local customers, and return it back to the local governments for basically a charge for being in the public right-of-way. And so they also allowed for, they recognized, the feds recognized that local programming, like Community 7, Tim Harrington here tonight, who's been a manager of Community 7 for over 25 years, that was very important for people getting cable television, that they could see local public and educational and governmental services viewing, like city council or the county commissioners, etc. So that has kind of segued throughout the years. The cities and local government are still entitled, when a cable operator like TDS comes into a community like the city, like Billings, they have to go to the legislative authority and seek a franchise, which is just basically an agreement or terms within which they can put their cable wires in the public right-of-way. So you'll be next week reading the first reading of this proposed franchise, and you'll be able to deliberate on whether or not you feel like this is important to the community to have a competitor, like Chris was saying. Charter Spectrum has been in the community. They're built out. This is a new entrant, TDS, Metrocom. And so with that being a new entrant, they have some hill climbing to do to become competitive with Charter Spectrum. But tonight, the manager of business development, Joshua Worrell, will be presenting. And also, we're pleased to announce that Julie Mayers, she's the vice president of marketing and product development, and she was able to be here as well. And they're actually in Billings. They're just, I think, at the DoubleTree right now in their hotel rooms. But they were happy to be there in person as well. And I am going to just segue and let Josh and Julie take away this presentation that they brought and explain a little bit about TDS Metrocom and what that means. One thing I need you all to keep in mind, cable and broadband, you can hear my dogs in the background here, cable and broadband are a little different. My understanding now of there must be a dog outside, of broadband is that you get many different, it's a mixed network, you get many different functions from broadband. You can have phone, you can have internet, and then you can run cable. You can run cable TV on it. Our ability to obtain a franchise in this particular case is only strictly to deal with cable television. It has nothing to do with internet and phone. This regulatory scheme, this Communications Act and this Cable Act do not allow our local government to charge a franchise fee based on gross revenues on internet or phone. So tonight and next week, what we're dealing with here is strictly, although TDS proposes to bring a competitive all-fiber cable system to Billings residents, the first in Montana. This
franchise only deals with cable systems, video programming. And with that, Mr. Worrell, Josh, if you don't mind, I'll let you take it away.
Good evening. Thank you, Stacy, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us tonight. I'm trying to undo my video, but I think the host has me. Here we go. Wait 1 second here.
What you guys know is Josh is pulling it together. He's all the way upstairs. So they're upstairs in a conference room presenting to kind of, as we get our feet wet in this process.
So the video does not appear to be working, and I apologize. It was working earlier, but we will continue on. So thank you for having us. We have a short PowerPoint presentation tonight, and we'll walk you through. We want to introduce ourselves and our company and our project here. I want to first tell everybody that at the end of this presentation, you are going to have more questions and answers, and that is completely normal. We're very happy to schedule additional time to come back and review this project. It's a very big project. It's a big initiative for TDS and the growth of our company, and we hope you'll share the enthusiasm for the project as we continue forward. So I'm going to share my screen with you here. Can everybody see my screen okay? Okay. All right, so tonight we're going to introduce ourselves. As I said, I'm Josh Bell, I'm Manager of Development for TDS Telecom. My roles and responsibilities for TDS revolve around the research for communities for our out-of-territory program. I then visit and drive out those markets and meet with community leaders to introduce TDS to those leaders and give them some background of who we are, what we've been doing, and why we would want to come to Billings. We'll run through TDS history and an overview of our company so you have an idea and can get comfortable with who we are in the telecom space and how we fit. We'll talk about the construction impacts to the community, our community outreach program, some of our sales and marketing approaches, and then we'll leave time at the end for questions and answers. Again, there's a lot to cover here and I talk fast, so if you miss something, we can schedule. So, TDS is a Fortune 500 company. Our corporate parent is in Chicago. Our operations office is in Madison, Wisconsin. As you can see, we fall under the TDS umbrella, and included in that umbrella is US Cellular, OneNeck, IT Solutions, and Shuttle-Strauss. We are a publicly traded company, but we are family owned by the Carlson family. We've been in business for over 50 years. TDS started as a rural telephone company. So the Carlson family went around the country, and in about 34 states, they bought small ILEC. ILECs are incumbent local exchange carriers. That's just our legal designation for being the phone company. For those who don't know, every community generally has 2 internet service providers or 2 cable providers. They have a cable company and they have a phone company. So in 34 states around the country, we are the 7th largest ILEC or phone company in the country. While that may sound impressive, in the telecom world, there's a big discrepancy between us at number 7 and AT&T at number 1. So in the telecom terms, we're still a smaller fish, but we're still a fairly big company, as we are Forbes, I believe, number 504. On the screen, you'll see some of our accolades as a workplace that we're extremely proud of. Here's a map of some of the areas that we cover. The blue you'll see here is our ILEC territory, where we are the phone company, and the red is our cable properties. So we're a unique company in the telecom space in that we're a portfolio company. So most telecom providers kind of stick in their lane and either do cable or wireline as they're different technologies, copper and coax, and we actually do both. So in 2013, we took the opportunity to continue to grow, and we started buying cable companies. And this was a great way for our company to organically grow. The issue is we ran out of cable companies to buy. A lot of the acquisitions going on in the country now are big multi-billion-dollar conglomerate acquisitions between the Charter, Time Warner acquisition or things of that nature. And that's just not a pool we can play in. The companies we buy are generally around $50 million to $350 million worth. And there's just not a lot of those left. And the ones that are left, they need extreme market reinvestment to the point where you kind of ask yourself, why wouldn't you just build a brand new network? And that's kind of what we've started doing. So that's kind of led us to our fiber deployment strategies. So we started looking back at all of the areas that we deployed, all of the areas that we currently serve. We started deploying fiber in all greenfield areas. And for those who don't know, greenfield is just new construction. So new strip malls going in, new residential houses, suburbs. We would extend fiber to those areas instead of the old copper plant. And then the other strategy was in areas where it was economically feasible, we would go back and we overbuilt our existing plant, meaning we were currently serving customers on copper and we basically replaced it with fiber. And this was a very aggressive strategy because we were basically taking an existing asset that was servicing customers and creating revenue, and we threw it in the trash can for an upgrade. So there's a lot of companies across the country that weren't doing that, but we wanted to take a long-term approach, and the results that we've taken from that were exceptional. Everywhere we did this, we had over 50% broadband take rates. We still believe in video. We push bundles very heavily. And I'll just point to you on this slide here, the net promoter score in all of our fiber areas is over 40. And that's just a way to measure kind of our customer service and reliability. And for some perspective on that, the cable companies in the markets that we service generally hover around 5 to 8. So that's a very good score, and we're very happy with that. So we took those learnings and we kind of scaled them up, and we decided, okay, well, if that was such a success and everywhere we built fiber, there's a giant demand, what would it look like if we decided to go to a community that didn't know who TDS was, we had no brand recognition, and we were not one of the 2 incumbent providers, and we overbuilt that community with fiber optic to offer a competitive choice for TV, phone, and internet service. And that is what we did in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. So Sun Prairie is a suburb of Madison. It's about 30,000 people and 10,000 households. And this was our pilot community. They were actually building a municipal network there because they saw the demand for a competitive choice for broadband. And so they were building a municipal broadband network to compete in that space. But due to capital restraints, it was going to take them about 15 years to build out the community limits. So we actually approached the community and said, hey, sell us your existing assets and we'll build out the community in 15 months. And it took about 16 months, but we did it fairly quickly. And in that time frame, we had well over 5,500 installs. It was a ginormous success. By every metric we could measure it at, it was an unbelievable response from the community. And so our corporate parent was gracious enough to grant us it's up to about 1.6 go and identify community, largest Sun Prairie, and overbuild them to offer a competitive choice for TV, phone, and internet services with fiber. On the screen here, you'll see this is just some of the benefits of fiber, other than the big buzzwords around fiber is future-proofing. And basically what that means is once we put the pipe in the ground, the capacity for fiber is essentially unlimited. Today, our speeds we offer as far as broadband are 300, 600, and 1 gig. For those who don't know, 1 gig is 1,000 meg. These are symmetrical speeds, meaning that it's 300 megabits down and 300 megabits up. So the upload speed is very important for people who are, obviously uploading documents or gamers or video conferencing, etc. So it's a very robust, reliable system. It's extremely secure. And the other thing I'll point out for you on here is there's been studies that show that fiber to the home or communities with fiber networks to the home increase home values by up to 3.1%. So it is a huge benefit for the community, and we've continued to see this everywhere we go. The other thing I'll point out too, and I was talking to city staff about this earlier, is this is going to be a tremendous benefit to not only everybody who's a TDS customer, but for everybody who's not a TDS customer and decides to stay with their incumbent provider. We've seen in every community that we've gone to a competitive reaction. And for instance, when we went to Sun Prairie, the incumbent cable provider, the fastest speed they were providing was 60 meg. And 5 months after we started offering service, they upgraded everybody free to 100 meg, and then 5 months later, they upgraded everybody free to 200 meg. So competition is extremely powerful, and we like to just point that out as we continue to enter these markets and we get into some of the tougher issues, which is construction. So why Billings? Well, Billings kind of checks the boxes that we've been looking for as far as the demographics, high household growth, household income, high tech adoption rate, and then we believe that you're underserved by your incumbent providers. And when we say underserved by your incumbent providers, we generally mean there's one dominant provider in the area and the other provider is underinvesting, which leaves an opportunity for another company to come in and offer service. So this slide is here to get into discuss kind of the process to bring this service to Billings. And we have to do that through construction. So it's about 500 miles of fiber has to be placed throughout the city limits of Billings in order to offer this service. And what that basically means is we will be taking fiber and we will be going down every single street to every single home and service address to place an access point on lot lines so that if those customers order service, we can then run a drop. A drop is just a fiber line from the access point to their home in order to offer them the TV, phone, or internet service that they might have ordered. And in order to do that, there's only two ways. We either have to go on the poles or we have to bury it under the ground. And so we'll be working with the power companies to go through a permit and make ready process to put strand on poles throughout the community. And we will also be direct burying fiber as well. And we use bore machines to do that. And so this area of the, I guess, conversation is extremely complex, and we've talked to your public works staff multiple times at this point, your city staff, and we will continue to meet with them throughout the permit and construction process because it is fairly disruptive. And the best way I can tell you is just to be as transparent as I can. Construction is extremely difficult. There is a stress level that it will create in the city because we will have multiple crews laying these lines. They'll be coordinated in multiple areas, but it is stressful. Everywhere we go, the biggest issue we talk about with residents and city staff is restoration, because we will be digging in yards or in public utility easement or in the right-of-way in order to install these lines. There is no other way to install them, and it is kind of like we like to say, the price of technology progress. So I'm sure you'll have a million questions about that, and that is perfectly fine, but I'm going to continue to move on just because I'm sensitive to your time and I want to leave time for questions and answers. So throughout this process, one of our biggest learnings is the public needs to be notified. We've got these crews running around, they've got TDS on their trucks, there's not a whole lot of brand recognition, and people have questions about who we are and what we're doing in their town. And so we've created a robust notification system here, and it directly correlates to our permitting process. So when we permit with the city an area of the town, 30 days prior to starting in that particular location, the residents will get mailed a letter. The letter will have frequently asked questions and an introduction to who TDS is, and then a number to call us if they have any questions related to their property or concerns around their property for construction. And then 12 days prior to construction, they'll get a postcard in the mail. This will be an ugly yellow branded black and yellow construction postcard. We do it that way purposely because we don't want people to throw it away. We'd like to onto it. Information again to call us if they have questions. 5 days prior to construction, we'll do a door hanger. And then 3 days prior to construction, our crews will go put small yard signs in their front yard. And then during construction outside each of the subdivisions or communities, we'll install sandwich boards, which again have all of our contact information on it. Inevitably, we will miss some people. They will call the city. we will work very closely with city staff to field those phone calls and have them redirected back to us. But we will do everything we can to reach as many people as possible. And of course, we will be doing sales and marketing aside from this, but this is specific construction tactics notification. This is the examples. So you'll just quickly see here, this is the letter we'll send out, and I can provide you copies and PDFs of these, of course, if you'd like to take a closer look at them. This is the postcard that goes in the mail. It's bright. We want people to look at it and hopefully not throw it away. Same thing with the identical door hanger. And then our yard signs are just tiny, like little ADT yard signs that you would see. And the sandwich boards that will go outside of the streets that we're doing construction on. You can find all of this information at our tdsfiber.com website. We have a construction link that you can click on that is a really nice laid out questions and answers and information about construction, what we're doing, what's a public utility easement, what's the public right-of-way, why do we have the right to be there, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a really good link that we can provide to the public if they have questions about construction. There's also, of course, information there about products and services. Our customer service triage team is recently created. So that's a subsect of our call center that we have created specifically for construction-related issues in our out-of-territory program. We're in a lot of different communities now around the country: Spokane, Washington, Boise, Idaho, Wausau, Wisconsin, the Fox cities in Appleton. We're doing this in a lot of different areas of the country. And so we've created resources to field those construction-related phone calls instead of just relying on our contractors to field those complaints. And so this team will document, track, and open tickets for all complaints from residents within the city of Billings. And those tickets will then be sent to our local construction managers, and they will be worked to resolution. More often than not, we have to set up surveys or time to actually with those people on site to talk through issues in their home. So more resources set up so that we can continue to work, deal with the issues around construction and how disruptive it can be. This is some of our marketing you'll see. We like to say we like to out-local our competition. So everywhere we go, we're going to be co-branding and working with local Billings businesses and organizations, not-for-profits, things that are popular or important to Billings. We want to be important to us. TDS has been in business for over 50 years. After we build this network, we hope to be in business for Billings for another 50 years. So things that are locally important to you here are going to be locally important to us. So local events, Chamber of Commerce, all of those things that involve sponsorships. We want to be the platinum and diamond sponsors of all of those events and participate and support those events because they're important to your community. Our field marketing team will have a local field marketing manager here who will be running that program to invest in the not-for-profits and different sponsorships within town as we continue to build our brand and become a trusted local service provider here in Billings. Here's just some of our quick rundown of products and services. Again, we offer TV, phone, and internet, the full suite. Our internet speeds are 300 meg, 600 meg gig, and they are symmetrical. Our TDS TV product, we are big believers in video. You'll hear a lot about cord cutting going around the country, and while cord cutting is happening and people are getting rid of video service in exchange for traditional streaming service, we're still big believers in video, and we invest in our video product. And if you go and check our public numbers, I believe we've grown video subscribers now 8 or 9 quarters in a row. So we're still a big believer in it. We think it's an entertainment choice of the night for a lot of different people. So we've partnered with TiVo to develop our next generation cloud TV product that will roll out here at Billings. We've moved the DVR to the cloud to eliminate boxes in the house. It also works on an app, so if you have a smart TV, you can download the TDS TV app and not have a box on that particular television. And then there's a lot of other cool features on the playback where we just automatically record 48 hours of programming. So if you forgot to record something on Monday night and it's Wednesday, you can just go back in the guide and watch it. There's a lot of cool features in that, as well as sports and a lot of different packages and options. So this is just a quick example. When you go to tdsfiber.com and when we load all of our Billings addresses, so this is Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. This is an example of a DFN map. We are going to break the city of Billings down into DFNs, and the DFNs are just little tiny polygons or neighborhoods. They consist of about 200 to 300 households. And so you'll go to tdsfiber.com as a resident, you can punch in your address and it'll pull up which polygon you're involved or you live in, and there's some other information about possibly what service can be available and how we'll go about doing that. We will permit by DFN with the city, and there's a lot of reasons for that. These DFNs are directly tied to our notification and marketing practices. We don't want to blast the entire city of Billings with marketing for 24 to 30 months while we're building out this network. That's been one of the feedback we've gotten from past cities. Like, hey, we've just gotten bombarded for tours. It needs to be more targeted. And the other, it's a bad customer experience for residents who register for service really early and then continue to get marketing and they're exciting, but they don't get service for a while. So we're going to target our marketing as we move through the community. Our construction crews will be in no more than 2 or 3 of these at a time, and we will market and do our notification process to those specific areas as construction crews move from DFN to DFN. So DFNs they're moving out of, we will be turning up as we go. So there will be some areas of the community that will be turned up shortly after construction starts, and there will be other areas that will be towards the end of the build, depending on where we start and where we finish. So I just provide this as an example. This happens after detailed engineering, and we are not completely detailed engineering yet. So I do not have this map to share with you tonight, but I wanted to just present that to you as this is kind of our process and how we go about designing and engineering a market. So I'm going to stop monologuing because I know that was a little bit like drinking from a fire hose, and I would be happy to answer any questions or anything that was not clear. I'd be happy to expand on.
Okay, thank you very much, Josh, for that very detailed presentation, very informative. Welcome to our community. We appreciate your interest. Let's open up for council. Just remind council it's 7:28. We typically take a break around 7:30. We can do that now and then come back. Maybe we should do that because I anticipate an extensive number of questions, and we also have public comment. So since it is about 7:30, let's take a 5 to 10 minute break and be back as soon as we can. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit. Before we open up for questions.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
You guys need to unmute the city council meeting laptop. I muted it so we wouldn't get as much feedback during the break.
All right. Everybody can take a seat. We will reconvene.
Well, that's right.
Okay, just kind of a technology check. Can everybody hear me? And do we have any problems out there in Zoom land, or we're all good? All thumbs up? Okay, then we'll begin again. Josh, thank you for your presentation. At one point, Stacy said there might be a second presenter before we open it for public questions from City Council. Just want to make sure that you were done with your presentation and nobody else from TDS wanted to make a presentation. I see Julie's screen is up. Should we turn it to Julie?
Yeah, I just want to say hello and thank you for the opportunity to participate tonight. I'm going to let Josh handle most of the questions, but if you can stump him, hopefully I can answer it. But we really appreciate the time tonight, and we're looking forward to building a relationship with the city. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie, and welcome to Billings. With that, then, we will open it up for council questions for Josh, Julie, or city staff. Council members, do we have some questions? Council member Boyette and Neese.
Thank you. For a layman, I have the copper line to my house. Can you give me an example of what would happen if I had your fiber optic tomorrow? What would I see as a customer difference?
So as a customer difference, we're going to have to first install a new line. So we're not going to use your existing copper line. So there will be an access point outside of your house, whether it's served off of a pole or from a head or a hand hole in the ground. We'll run a fiber line from your house to a common demarking into your home somewhere, and the installer will do all of that. And depending on what kind of services you're getting today and what kind of services you're ordering from us, I mean, you can take just our broadband service, 300 meg symmetrical. I'm not sure what kind of services you're getting today, but you'll definitely see an increase in service depending on what kind of devices you're using in the home. We also offer a wide range of Wi-Fi solutions to increase that performance and service within the home as well. It's really going to cut down on the homework gap. If you work from home, I can tell you from pretty much every community I go to, fiber is a big deal, where if they're working from home, they're like, yep, we need fiber. So your experience will be much different.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, just real quick about the presentation, I have some other questions. The presentation referenced Little Chute under Y Billings. Is that just a typo, or is that, I didn't quite understand that?
Yes, that was just a typo. That was one of the communities that we've done in the past, and it didn't get changed over. Apologies about that.
All right. So does this mean currently I think I'm have a utility right away through my property, and there's a box in the backyard. Does this mean there'll be another box in my backyard?
Correct. We will attempt to follow the existing infrastructure in Billings, meaning if you're fed aerially, we'll try to feed aerial. If you're in the backyard, your facilities run through the backyard of the public utility easement, we will try to follow that and place our access points near the incumbent provider's access points. That said, depending on past experience has shown us that some public utility easements are not open, meaning plats are written strangely or there's prescriptive rights for particular easements. We have to do all of the research on that. So there's some times where your facilities are in the backyard and we don't have access to it. We can't gain access to it because there's not an easement there available to us, in which case we will go to the road right of way. and we'll be placing an access point in the front yard. If we have to place access points in the front yard and you don't have existing facilities there today, we will do a flush mount handhole. One of our biggest learnings early on was when we started placing PEDs in people's front yards and they didn't have a PED in their front yard currently, that was not desirable. And so we opted for a more aesthetically pleasing flush mount handhole that's flat and you can't really see it in your front yard. It doesn't do any more I guess, aesthetic damage. So yes, you will have another access point somewhere on your property in order to get the service.
Okay, and as a so go ahead. We have an option that if even in our backyard, I don't want another pool there to go a flush mount in the back as well.
Our general rule of thumb is we try to mirror the existing access points there today. So we're going to stick a pedestal near the existing PEDs in the backyard.
If you don't mind, I have another question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
You mentioned about you trying to mirror what's there, and right now you talked about putting your service on the poles. I actually think we should all put all utilities underground. Some cities around the country are actually moving that way. So is there a reason why you would put them on the pole when one day we may actually move them to the ground anyway? Can you start out putting them on the ground everywhere?
Yes, and to be quite honest, we would prefer it. In some areas, it's not possible, like certain crossings have to be aerial. Some backyards, because of fence lines, have to be aerial. I will tell you from our perspective, buried work is more predictable, meaning it's more in our control when we have to work with the power company for a make-ready process. So for those who don't know, power lines have height and weight restrictions. So putting new strand on a pole is obviously going to be in violation of those height and weight restrictions, and oftentimes those poles have to be replaced. That process is very timely and costly, and if we can avoid it, we would rather not do it. So to answer your question, I think we would prefer to put facilities underground, but in some instances around the community, it won't be avoidable. It's unavoidable.
Understand.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Purington?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Josh. I want to follow up with what Councilmember Neese was talking about, just to make sure that I understand. When you say you're going to mirror it, we have a box kind of in our backyard, but not all the way. Anyway, so you're going to have to leave that box there, and you're going to put in another box?
Correct.
So who takes out the non-working box?
So the current box there is your incumbent providers. It's either Charter Spectrum or CenturyLink, and that's how they offer you service. So we can't touch their box. That's their property, their facilities. If you order service from them, they're going to run their line from that box to your home. So we will place another box, which will be our facilities in the easement or the public right-of-way to offer service to anybody who wants it.
So the cable, I guess it's the cables that run from the box to the house, that's been dug underground in our yard. So you're going to wind up digging another hole in our yard to put your cable in, correct? And Spectrums will stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay,
so this is my real life question now. Who pays for all this construction? For the streets, the yards, the right-of-ways?
Yep, this is 100% project being funded by TDS. So there will be, the city is not paying for this. We will pay our contractors to install these lines. There is no cost to any city resident, unless they, of course, order service from us. To be completely transparent, there will be a cost to the city as far as construction locates. So when we're going through and doing construction, we have to call in locates of all facilities prior to construction on the given street. So water, gas, sewer, all of that gets marked on the ground. And then our crews come through and white flag the lines where we're going to place our facilities. and the owners of the facilities pay for the locates. So throughout the project, the city will incur locate costs as we're needing to locate the city's facilities.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this would bring you in as a competitor. And as a competitor, that means there's going to be some people that will stick with Spectrum, I suppose. So whenever you start laying lines, then it's going to be kind of a checkerboard thing, say through a subdivision. Is that what that would look like?
I'm going to try to understand your question as far as the checkerboard reference. We will go down. So for instance, if we can get in the back public utility easement and that utility line backs up to 2 houses, we're going to serve houses off of both sides from that one access point. If we have to go to the road right of way, obviously we're going to have to go down both sides of the road in order to service customers from their front yard. But yes, we're going to be laying 500 miles worth of fiber throughout the community with access points on every lot line to serve every residential and commercial address within city limits. And if they order service, we will then have to run drops from those access points to the homes in order to offer the service.
And then just one more follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead.
So this is within the city limits that you're going to be doing this. What about our limits of annexation? Will they go out that far? Or will developers, as they annex into the city, will the developers have to pay for those lines to come in, to hook up to the main system?
Mm-hmm. So, and this gets into the details of the franchise a little bit. So in the franchise itself, when you look at the initial build out requirements, TDS is committing to the city to build out 70% of dwelling units within the initial first 4 years. We fully intend to build out more than that in the first 4 years. But we will not, so the reason for the stipulation of build requirements is this is a massive capital upfront investment with zero subscriber base. So we're having to spend probably close to $60 million upfront to cover the city of Billings. And that puts us at a massive competitive disadvantage, right? Because the incumbent providers have been in your community for 30 years, and they've got the luxury of building out and building their subscriber base as your community has grown. Not only that, they've done greenfield construction, meaning when the open trench is there, it's much cheaper to jump in when the construction's new and it's not brownfield or existing. And so we're at a little bit of a disadvantage where we have to build this network and build a subscriber base all at the same time. And so we've done this model before in Spokane, Washington, where the city acknowledges, yes, we need competition, we need choice, but we also acknowledge the economic challenges that TDS is going to have, and therefore we're going to stage the approach as they enter the community and let them slowly build their subscriber base as they build and expand into the community. So we're fully motivated to serve as many households as we possibly can. There will, of course, be, to your point, areas that are annexations or on the outskirts of town that initially will probably not get the service right away in the first few years because they're going to be extremely expensive to get to, obviously, because the more rural and less dense you get, the more expensive it is to build.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. A couple questions that I have for you, back to some of the questions Councilman Puritan was asking. The unused pedestal from a former provider, what's the practice in the industry? Do they usually go in and remove those? Do they have an obligation to remove those? And your pedestal, how large are these? Some of the large utility boxes are quite obtrusive, but that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. So size of the pedestal and how does it usually work when there's a replacement?
Yeah, so all the incumbent providers are going to stay in place, and that's simply because if you want the flexibility to switch away from TDS service in the future and go back to Charter or vice versa, those facilities need to remain in place to offer, to install their service. As far as ARPEDs, we can get you the exact specs on them. We can get your Public Works Department those specs so they can share them with you. But they're generally, would you say 2 feet tall? Be fair, about 2 feet tall. They're round cylinders. They're probably similar in size to what we've seen in the market today.
Okay, and if I remember right, they're typically only about 8 inches across. Is that kind of like a tube sitting up? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you. Last question for me. Two providers provide more competition than one, obviously. What about 3 providers and 4? If we had additional interest from a third provider, do you ever cooperate, or it's really just first come, first serve, everybody operates independently? Go ahead.
So I'll answer that from our perspective when we look at markets like this. Once a company like ours comes in, it's extremely unlikely that you would have another company come in and offer and make the capital investment to be a third or fourth provider. When we look at markets that are attractive to us, and then we find that there's another fiber provider there already overbuilding, it just doesn't make financial sense for us to go spend $60 million and try to split the market 3 ways or 4 ways with the providers there. So while it's not impossible, I would say as far as in our business is concerned, it's extremely unlikely. You might get, as technology continues to progress, but you might get some 5G interest from Verizon or whoever your wireless providers are here that might lay fiber lines to get to their small cells to densify their 5G networks. But that's not going to be the same as what we're doing here, or nearly as intrusive or requires many fiber lines in order to stand up the 5G network. So I would just say it's highly unlikely another ISP would enter Billings after we overbuilt.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tariki and Councilmember Brown.
I was in strategic planning at Verizon. We were rolling out DSL, and we were having conversations about doing fiber to the curb. And I have a great amount of respect for the amount of work and thought and how the industry has evolved over the years. Well, decades, to be honest, in order to make it possible for you to be here today making this presentation. And personally, I think I have an apology that I need to make to a senator from Alaska when he, made the misstatement that the internet went through pipes. We were all laughing at him, but the reality is the internet really does go through pipes. I mean, there's cable inside of those pipes, but it's the pipes that are really important. So with the ARP funding happening right now, we've been having some conversation about those pipes here in Billings. And one of the biggest problems with the competition right now, in terms of competition, and I know you guys are aware of this, is the fact that the people who have laid those pipes right now out there are not allowing you to have access to those pipes. Now, this obviously is a philosophical question for your company, and I don't necessarily expect you to answer it tonight, but as what I would like to see the city be doing is moving us towards a situation where those pipes are generically accessible to the competition. And in fact, that we have something like an IP exchange, an internet exchange, someplace where the different providers can come in and tie into the internet from the larger aspect. So is this something that you guys would consider participating in? I mean, right now, what we're in my mind, what we're thinking about right now is that with you guys coming into here, creating this kind of competition, that gives us a little bit of fire to make your competition start to share the space. and the infrastructure that's out there right now. And I totally understand that cable is regulated and broadband isn't, and what you guys are really doing is bringing broadband in. But for Billings to really take advantage of what you guys are doing, it'd be great if we could find some way to build all of these pipes cooperatively, as opposed to in terms of competition with each other. So you don't necessarily have to answer that right now. I understand it's a big question that may very well be above your pay grade, but it's one that I would love to hear an answer to before we see the franchise agreement next week.
Yeah. So here's how I answer that question. What you're referring to would be somewhat of an open access network, right? Where we're putting stuff in and it would open it up for opportunity for other providers to partake, to stir the marketplace even more. And I can answer that for you today from our senior leadership, and I will tell you that we have no interest in open access networks. We've looked at other markets in the past where they have existing open access networks, and there's a lot of logistic issues with, around security, who owns fiber, who owns access points, is it in the same conduit? There's a lot of issues that need to be worked out, and our legal team doesn't necessarily like it either. But I will tell you this. We are open to collaboration, and I had this conversation with your Public Works Department earlier and city staff on, we in the past have been very supportive of city initiatives and helping the city take advantage of what we're doing around the community as long as it can be equitable. And what I mean by that is we are more than willing to trade fiber that we're putting in the ground to the city if the city has traffic lights, buildings, things they're trying to connect that would be a city value. We can do that if we can find an equitable trade. And an example of that would be what we did in Spokane. They had a fairly sophisticated conduit system, and some hard areas like railroad crossings or bridge crossings, things that are difficult for us to get across. If they would give us access to conduit, we would like for like trade the foot of conduit space for 12 fibers anywhere in the city. And so a small example of that is we went across a 3,000 foot bridge, and so we gave them 3,000 feet of 12 fibers anywhere in the city they wanted to connect with whatever they wanted to do. And because we're doing a mass project like this, we pretty much can cover any point that you would like. So we're open to those discussions. We've offered that to city staff and Public Works, and we'd be willing to continue those discussions as well.
Okay, so just to clarify what I'm asking and was talking about, it wasn't so much about an open network, but it was more about the conduit and sharing the access to the conduit and working out ways to collaborate on that. And frankly, in terms of the money that the ERP is providing right now too. I mean, there's probably a huge opportunity to collaborate in that area. So one final question in a different area. So you've had chats and conversation with the planning staff. Is there anything in terms of zoning regulations, permits, things like that our city council needs to take a look at that would make your coming into the city easier to do, that we need to be thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to meet with city staff multiple times to help streamline the permit review process, as well as look at all of your resources as far as inspection, permit review, the locates, keeping ahead of locates. I mean, everywhere we go, our learnings is we pretty much swamp everyone. It's a very large project, and so we end up collaborating and help with those resources if needed. So yeah, there will be a lot of meetings with your city and planning working out process between us for this project. I will tell you, as far as the schedule goes, we're hoping to have our contractors selected and finalized by this end of this month. In May or June, we're going to have a kickoff meeting that's going to involve our TDS project core team for the Billings area, our contractor, and any member from the city of Billings that would like to attend. And that's city staff or yourselves. You'll hear from our core team, multiple presentations, and you'll hear from our contractor themselves on their methods at that kickoff meeting, and we're more than happy to send you an invite if you're interested in that to get more information about the project.
And be sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Josh, I know that it's going to take you, 3-4 years to build this out. You've already said that. Would your primary focus be residential, or would that be business to start? Are residential 2 years out, business is right up front, or does it build out at kind of the same time?
They're going to build out at the same time, and I will tell you our goal is to build as much as we can within the first 24 to 30 months. And that's build months, and what I mean by build months is when it gets cold and the ground freezes, it's very difficult to bore and pull pipe through. So we still do work during the winter months, but it's more pulling and splicing fiber through existing conduit. So work will get done during those months, but we like to say 24 to 30 build months is what we're shooting for, to have roughly probably 80 to 85% of the city of Billings built out, and that will include commercial and residential at the same time.
Okay, and then a follow-up. Is there any scenario, Josh, where you would not cover the entire city?
Every community is different. We are still working around what it means to do constructions around oil pipelines. So obviously those are things we don't want to hit. And for those who aren't familiar with underground construction, it's not an exact science. We are going to hit utilities within the community of Billings. That will be water lines, sewer lines, gas lines. There's no way to avoid it. It's not when, or it's not if we're going to do it, it's when we're going to do it. And that's mainly because locates aren't accurate, they locate the wrong line, they're not buried at the depth they're supposed to be at, the ground's eroded. There's a million factors that make digging in the ground very problematic. So if we run into an area of town where it's difficult to construct, we might go to another area of town initially. And I bring up oil pipelines as an example because we want to obviously be careful with those, and that's a unique build aspect to the city of Billings. So we want to get on the ground. We want to go to the easier areas of town first, where it's going to be less disruptive and not so many hazards. And then we'll slowly expand. I can tell you, once we have an initial build area built and we start to build a subscriber base, it makes it much easier and economical to continue to expand out to other regions. And a lot of our other markets, we do what we call a fiber deeper program, which is just continuing expanding off our initial builds and continue expanding out. So it only benefits us to serve as many addresses as possible. The more addresses we serve, the more opportunity we have to serve customers and obviously make money.
And one more.
Go ahead, Councilman.
This is for city staff, probably Debbie. There's been some questions about, the boxes or the endpoints that are going to be at the yards. Those are in the easements, correct? I mean, this is property that doesn't necessarily belong to the homeowner. So it's in the easement. There is no real argument against putting them in one way or the other, correct?
That's
Typically,
correct.
I think that question was for Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director. Go ahead, Debbie.
Thanks. Yes, you're right, Councilmember Brown. It's usually in the right-of-way or in the easement, depending on what we've got in those areas. And then they do have facilities on private property, but when it is when somebody subscribes to the service. So then they're agreeing to have something on private property, but the rest would be in public property or an easement that they acquire.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And Josh or Julie, if you wanted to add to that, go ahead and I'll look to Councilmember Ewald.
No, I was just going to say that's 100% accurate. It's a big common misconception when people see us digging in their yards that we're on private property. We are going to be in either public utility easement or the right of way. Throughout the project, we will not be in anybody's private property.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewell and then Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, I know there's some areas in the city that don't have broadband service now. Are you guys going to look at those first to get broadband service into those areas, or are you just going to pick an area and start?
We will, after we have a contractor selected, we can share more of our strategic approach of where we're starting and where we're going to be building. I can tell you that our hub site is located downtown. We recently purchased a piece of land across from the Parks and Rec Department. That will be where our hub site is located, and that'll be our first permit for a building. It'll be a prefab concrete building, and it'll house all of the brain networks of the network. And we will start there. That's where we connect, and that's where we start building lines from out into different communities, because it all has to come back to there. It then feeds from there to nodes. So probably they're going to be spoking off from somewhere downtown to the nearest businesses and areas and going from there, because that's where we have to start.
Okay, follow up. I can follow up there, please. Go ahead. So, the Heights, are you familiar with that? In the Billings Heights? That's kind of like the stepchild of the city. So is that means that we're not going to get service? The rest of the city's going to get it first, and then we will be last because you got to go over the rims to do it?
I don't know. I know that I don't know when the service is going to come to Billings Heights, but I know you are part of the build. I can tell you that we're going to be coming up there. When we have a more strategic plan and we get all of your addresses loaded into our database and website, you can go to tdsfiber.com, and we try to provide seasons in which service will be available in your neighborhood. But as we get a little closer, I can provide more details on exactly when service is going to be coming through and construction will start in your particular areas.
Okay, and another question about the Heights is there's a lot of county property on one side of the street and city on the other. So do you have to work out a contract agreement with the county for a franchise also along with the city?
That's correct. I meet with Yellowstone County on Thursday.
Okay. And then I got one more question, and that is your drops to the houses. Are you going to put the drop into every house that exists, or only if they agree to hook up to your service?
Only if they agree to hook up to our service.
And so then 5 years down the road, that you would charge them to run the drop in. Is that if they want to get your service instead, or do you do drops forever for free?
Do we do drops forever? We do drops forever for free.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, this is a question to clarify what you said. I understand that if it's on the city right of way or alley, yes, it's city-owned property, but the post in my yard it's in my private property is where it's at. And so are you saying that, I guess I'm a little confused because initially he said that, if it's out front, they could possibly do the flush mounts, but out back they wouldn't. But that's my yard. I mean, I pay taxes on that 10-foot easement that goes through my yard. So I guess I'm confused. They're going to run the cable, they're going to run and put a box there regardless of if I get service or not. Is that correct?
You'd have to ask Josh. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if I don't want a box on there and we approve this, there's nothing, the people who have these posts in their backyard, they're going to get a secondary post in their backyard.
That's correct. It's not every house, so we try to place them on lot lines to eliminate, if it's possible, to serve multiple houses off of one pedestal. Or one access point. So it won't be every single house, but it will be every other, or we might be able to serve if it backs up to backyards, maybe 4 houses off of one. It just depends on the particular example. But you're correct. We're going to be working in the public utility easement. If that easement happens to reside in your yard, we will be placing an access point within that easement.
Yeah, as I understand it, it'll mirror what Spectrum does now, or charter, it's got to post their services. In my yard, it has to service the 4 neighbors in mine. So that's what we'll see as the number posted. Okay. Thank you. I do have another question regarding to what Councilman Brown talked about as far as finishing in that. Is there anything in the franchise agreement that indicates that you will finish this in 5 or 10 years, or as we get new annex property, and that those service areas will be reached in a certain time limit so that we don't have property owners that don't have the option to get the service? And maybe that's for our city attorney or the attorney working on it if you don't have the answer to it.
I do have an answer, but I'll let Stacy take it.
Well, you can help me out, Josh. There, as Josh explained, in the franchise agreement, there is a build-out term, initial build-out term, as a new entrant, and that is a 70% build-out in 4 years. My understanding from Josh is they anticipate doing much more of the city. I think that he expressed tonight maybe even 85% within 2 years. But nonetheless, this is a fallback position. After the initial 70% build out, the city has basically mirrored what is going on in Spokane. And that is, there will be a 7% build out based upon a calculation of subscribers and the number of residents. And so once there has been a subscriber over 35% based on the number of homes and the number of new subscribers for TDS, then they will build out another 7%. The 7% can take over, was it a 24-month period, Josh? I believe it was. And so when you take a look at it, if you were to keep reaching that penetration level, you would have full build out of the city within 8 to 10 years is what basically that calculation is. Now that is whether or not they have that penetration level of up to 35%. So it could take longer than that, depending on how well they're doing subscriber-based wise.
So just to clarify, Josh, are you saying that you have to have a market share of 35% in order to get 100% build out?
No, it's not market share. It's a subscriber base. But the way the contract works is mainly if that's worst case scenario. So we're going to build out more than what's required in the contract. The contract is just sit there placed in a way to give us flexibility. And go to different areas of the town. I will say this, once we reach 95% of the community limits, we then fall under the regular income and cable density requirements, which I believe is 28 homes per mile, 7 homes per quarter mile. So once we reach that threshold, it triggers us to then build out to the entire city or wherever charter happens to be built today. And it's just a tiered approach. We've done this model in Spokane. Again, it's a way to help pace our capital throughout the build and break the build up into pieces. And the city is just acknowledging that we're spending an enormous amount of capital up front, and we just need to build a subscriber base as we continue to build throughout the city limits.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I have another question.
Okay, let's make this the last Councilmember Bernice, and we'll keep moving. Go ahead.
Okay. You mentioned the $60 million investment, which is really good, and we appreciate that in the city. Is any of that coming through government funding of any sort at all, or is that's pure your cut investment, company investment?
Yep, it's 100% self-funded at this point. Government funding cannot be used in Billings because you guys will not qualify as either underserved or unserved. Or at least a majority of your community. And to dovetail off of that, I would be interested, earlier a council member had a question about the unserved areas today that don't have any broadband. We'd be very interested to have those addresses. So if we can work with city staff to get those, that would be fantastic. But to answer your question, it's 100% TDS funded, and I don't believe that Billings would qualify for much grant funding.
Thank you.
So Josh, kind of relating to the earlier questions about the pattern of build out, is there any guarantee in the contract that requires equity to poorer parts of our community that maybe would be less financially likely to sign up as subscribers? Or is it a situation where it's likely that those parts of our town will be the last to see service? Can you address that equity issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's nothing specific in the contract that would address that equity issue, but what I will tell you is when we look at our models for building, it's the opposite of what people normally think. They normally think, oh my gosh, they're going to the areas with the big houses who can afford the service, and it's actually the opposite. The big houses tend to be further apart, and the further they are apart with the bigger lots, the more expensive they are to build. The more denser areas and houses per quarter mile, the more cost-effective and economical it is to build. And the areas you're referring to, the lower income or the disadvantaged areas, tend to be more denser, or MDUs, or trailer parks, for instance. We will build trailer parks. That's we get that question often. We do that everywhere we go if we can get access. So often trailer parks are private roadways, or just like an HOA. So there's no utility easements that go in there. So we can't just plow in there and offer service. We have to negotiate directly with that property owner. And we have had issues in the past where property owners just won't give us access. And in those cases, we can't serve those trailer parks. And when that happens, we'll drop an access point outside of those areas with fiber count for those communities, so that if at a later date, someone finally decides, okay, I want the service in here, we can then bring service in there. So I would say, answer your question, I guess there's nothing specifically in the cable franchise. I don't believe that's a common thing to address in a cable franchise, but it's something that will get covered in our build out.
Okay, thank you, Trinke and Councilmember Purington, and we'll look to move to public comment soon. Councilmember Trinke and Purington?
Are you aware of the Telegraph model?
I'm not.
It's basically like a mesh network, but over a wider area, like over city blocks or something like that. So it would be a way of delivering service into like a trailer park or something like that.
Is it like a wireless service?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it possible for you guys to do cable over something like that? Have you thought about it?
I don't, I will tell you I'm sure it's possible. I will tell you from our past fiber builds, and when we're doing fiber to the home, we have not mixed like an over-the-air wireless service product before. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just telling you we've never done that before, because generally speaking, fiber to the home is far superior than a wireless product.
I just mention it because we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with the ERP thing. This is literally a 2-week conversation at this point, And the Telegraph model is one of the things that has come up in terms of dealing with the underserved areas, because it's a much less intensive investment in terms of the infrastructure, but it still provides these things. So, your willingness to participate in something like that obviously would be really, really appreciated. Although I don't know that we can, since it's broadband, I don't think that we can probably put it into the franchise agreement. But just something to be thinking about.
Yeah, I was talking to Julie here. We'll have to bring in some of our technical folks, and we can have further discussions about that to talk about the feasibility of that possibility.
Okay, before we go to Councilmember Purington, Stacey Tenney, you turned your camera on. Did you want to comment on that?
I just wanted to make the note before we left this, the non-discrimination matter. Josh was involved in certain aspects of the franchise agreement, but I worked more closely with their governmental relations representative, Kathleen Davis. I think she's out of Washington, D.C. or something like that. Is that?
She's in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. And also their attorney, who was out of Washington, D.C. And so there actually is a non-discrimination clause within this franchise, and it does provide that the grantee, which would be TDS Metricom, there's a paragraph in there, you'll be able to read it, but basically that they shall make their services available on a non-discriminatory basis without regard to race, color, ethnic or national origin, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital, military, or economic status, or physical or mental disability, or geographic location within the service area, which is the whole city of Billings.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. So Josh, you bring up Spokane. So what percentage, when you went into Spokane, what percentage of TDS users did you have versus whatever their other provider was? How did that mix come up?
0. It's the same as here. We have, when we started in Spokane, and we're still under construction now, we turn up our first neighborhoods on April 15th, I believe, but we have 0 subscribers in the city of Spokane, and currently today we still have 0 because we just started construction really this spring. We started a little bit last year, but we are going to start turning up customers in April, and then we have scheduled launches, neighborhoods every month this year, and we're shooting for around 9,000 to 10,000 households by the end of this year.
So what are your rate comparisons with the provider that we have right now?
So I don't know off the top of my head exactly what Charter Spectrum is providing to your residents because it's different market by market. But what I will tell you is that every single market that we go into, we're either at or below the competition's price, depending on where a given resident is with their promo and their current provider. So if they're on a really good promo, it's probably going to be similar to ours. But to give you an idea, you can get, if you want internet from us, 300 meg, it's $40 a month. If you take our router, it's $50 a month. That's 300 meg symmetrical. If you sign up early for service, we incentivize that. It'll be 600 meg, so $50 a month for 600 meg symmetrical internet. That's generally going to be at or below what your current provider is providing, and it will be much faster speed.
And then at what rate do you raise the charges per month or per year?
I'm sorry, I missed that. It cut out.
Yeah, it did. What rate do you, or I don't know how I said it, but how often do you increase your rates based on 1 year, 2 years? Usually there's a promo. It lasts maybe 6 months to a year. And I know that's what happens with Spectrum is that they are continually increasing their charges. So I know for us, that's what we'd be interested in is knowing, well, how often are you going to increase your rates?
Yep, absolutely. So it's very transparent. So after you come off the promo, you go to retail rates, and depending on what services you are taking from us, those vary. So if you're a internet-only provider, I believe that promo is a $15 promo. So the $50 would then go to $65 a month. If you have video, it gets a little more complicated because it depends on what packages you're taking and how many television sets you want in your home. So that's a bit more difficult to answer. As for the annual rate increases, we do have annual rate increases. I believe they're $1 a year. It's about $1 a year that they'll continue to go up on average. But yes, there will be annual rate increases, and there will be increases after the promos fall off for the initial year or 2 years, depending on what promo you sign up for and what packages you bundle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for our presenters before we ask for public comment on this item? Any other council members have questions, especially anybody who hasn't posed a question? Chris Kukulski.
I'll save mine. I just wanted to let you know, Mayor, after public comment, if I could just have a couple minutes to share some thoughts. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions from council members? Okay, we'll have a little opportunity maybe after public comment. First, we'll ask for public comment from anybody in the room, and then we'll see if there are any Zoom participants who wish to offer public comment on this item number 3. Is there anybody in the room who has public comment on item number 3? Any public comment on item number 3 in the library? Seeing none there, Denise, do we have any Zoom participants for public comment on item number 3?
Mayor, she stepped away for a moment and asked me to take over, and I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Then we'll close the public comment period on item number 3. Back to Chris.
So Mayor and Council, as I started, it is an exciting opportunity. It will be labor intensive. It will be disruptive. We will have our hands full, our Public Works Department, on locates. TDS has assured us they'll work with us. We're confident of their ability based on in talking with some of the other cities. But they've been very transparent. I want you to be aware that with this excitement, with progress, comes some real challenges in that regard. So Debbie and her crews will absolutely. This will be a time-consuming component that 6 months ago wasn't on the radar. We're excited about it. It's important for our customers and for our citizens, but just be aware. Montana law, as is very supportive of a liberal access to public right-of-way. In many other states, working with other managers, this is how you would fund lots of things at the city. You cannot and won't do that here in Montana, and you won't be able to do it here in Billings. They've been upfront with us about what we can do on the cable side, and that's tightly regulated. In a broader sense, just want to make you aware, and this is really long-term. At one point, Billings collected over 7 figures in cable franchise fee. That number now sits somewhere, I think, in the 800,000 plus or minus. I can see in my lifetime that number turning to 0 or close to it at some point as fewer and fewer people use cable and more use streaming. So, though not a popular comment, I would tell you at the federal level, some form of fee associated with streaming, Netflix and all the others. If we did not have a franchise fee of any sort, I doubt we would have a Channel 7. I doubt we would have the technology that allows us to televise this meeting tonight and then ultimately stream it, et cetera. So that's very long term, but as we work with our lobbyists and with our legislators, I think that's something to keep in mind long term, and we're not alone. Many communities in the country have utilized their franchise fees to help broaden public access to local things. And that's not negative at all on TDS or Spectrum. That's just a reality of the market changes. And actually, Josh was forthright in some ideas, kind of going forward there. Your phones are going to ring. There is going to be disruption, as Josh said, in the right of way. People are going to be, no matter how well we pull this off, there will be people angry and frustrated who think this is their front yard, and it is, but it's within the right of way, or it's within a utility easement. So just be prepared for that. It's one of the reasons TDS wanted to kick this off with you guys in this way. So again, back to where we started. We're excited about the opportunity. I think the competition ultimately is a good thing for our business community. I mean, we've learned that, right? As individuals around the country are making decisions of where to invest their business or where to relocate or come back home with their family, broadband internet service is critical to that economic base. So just want to, final word being a positive one, but please recognize the amount of effort that's going to have to go in on both of our sides, TDS and our Public Works Department and city, working our way ultimately through the build that'll last for several years here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Before we adjourn on this item, Councilmember Rewaltz and other council members, if you've got follow-up, go ahead, Councilor Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. This is either for Chris or Debbie. I don't know who wants to take it. Can you give us an approximate number of FTEs it's going to take to locate these city services for the next 4 years, and where are we going to get the money to pay for those FTEs?
Debbie, can you help me there? I don't have an idea on the number, and we did talk a little bit about TDS and their funding of some piece. So Debbie, can you give a first crack at that?
Sure. We just talked to TDS for the first time today about some of the numbers and the amount that they're looking at, the rate at which they're looking at constructing this. I think from a plan review and inspection standpoint, we need a full 2 to 3 FTEs. I would say 2. 2 is my hope, that we need 2 full-time. On locates, I'm going to say probably 1 to 2. So we're looking anywhere from 3 to 5. With the, and I should say, with the plan reviews and inspections, permit fees will cover that. They will have to pay every time they bring in a plan and every time that they do construction. So we will collect enough revenue on the plan review and the inspection. Locates are different. We don't get revenue for locates. So we don't have a plan on that yet. We're still figuring that out.
Follow up, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Rewalt.
Hey, Debbie, did you say 1 to 3 locates, FTEs?
I think 1 to 2.
1 to 2. So we got to find money for at least 2 full-time employees on locating every year for what, 4 years, 5 years?
I think probably 2.5 or 3 would be what we'd be looking at.
Okay.
So Debbie, if I can ask kind of the obvious question, could we create a citywide locate fee that would apply to everybody? And is there anything, this may be a legal question, anything in the federal legislation that would prohibit us from charging that fee to TDS as long as it applied across the board to everybody?
So I would have to look into that a little bit more, but there is a locate fee now. In order to get locates, there is a fee that goes to the locating service. We don't collect that money. So we actually work for the locators as utility companies. So I don't know if there's a fee in Montana, or if there's a restriction on a fee in Montana. I know that we don't collect any of the fee that's currently paid.
Okay, I think we'd be interested to know how we could recoup any of those costs if it's feasible. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say the benefits that, the broadband would bring to Billings and just the types of businesses that we would attract. We can be looking at data centers. We can be looking at a lot of different things if we bring this in. It's certainly something that we'd want to look at before we start, penalizing or tacking on fees to, someone that's coming in with such a big investment. In my opinion, this is going to be huge, for attracting different and new businesses to Billings, seeing as we're the only one in Montana that's going to have this service for at least a period of time. This really is an advantage for Billings. I think we really need to keep that in mind as we move forward, and maybe we need to consider that we need to invest as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Yakowicz, you had her hand up, and Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, thank you, Honor. I'm just curious, Josh, I assume you'll be hiring a lot of local people?
So it depends. I believe we discussed this earlier with Public Works. It depends on who we award the contract to. So one of the contractors we'll be working with would hire all local crews or local workers to do the work, and they would do the engineering portion. The other entity, if they get selected, I believe they are an all in-house engineering and construction crew, and they hire people from within. But I will tell you, in all of our projects, when we get scaled up, we often do hire a lot of local crews because we're looking for additional resources. Our contractors end up subbing to the local as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky?
Yeah, I want to echo and expand on what Councilmember Brown was just saying. There has been a handful of us over the last 5-8 years that I'm aware of who have been trying to figure out how to bring competition in the broadband area into Billings because of how important that is for the future of the economic development of this city. And, so not to, be too overly excited about this, but this almost feels like an apple that has fallen from a tree that I had no idea was up above us. So we're there's a lot of work that like we were thinking that we're going to have to do a couple of weeks ago that we can move on to the next challenge. So I think that whatever cost that the city needs to do, we need to find a way in order to make this happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think with Councilmember Brown said, it is exciting to see this come to town. I think it'll spur on some business and things in the town. But as I mentioned, I am concerned because when we're approved something like this, it's actually not just approving the city right away, but every private individual's utility right away. And so I would like to see a couple of changes, if we can make those to one. Again, I think the idea above ground utilities, we need to address that, and this is a perfect time to do it and ask them if they can do it and they prefer to do it. Let's have them do it underground utilities wherever possible. I understand it's not going to be possible everywhere, but I think that would be something that we can address and ask them to change. And the other is if they can do the flush in the front utility, there's no reason why I don't think they should be able to do it in the back yard where kids play and things like that. And you have to mow your lawn and you have to go around now 2 poles instead of that. So in fact, I would say if that's the technology there, we should also look at addressing the other franchise agreements with that new technology to have them change it out if it's possible, to get rid of some of the objects in people's yards. That's what I would like to see, and if I need to make a motion of direction to staff to amend the contract in that way, I sure would like to do that, at least on the both of those 2 points, the underground where possible, and the flush mount option for property owners at their option. If they choose they want another pole in their yard, they can have it, but if they want to have an option to flush mount, I would like at least our agreement to allow the residents to put that flush mount in their yard. If there's a second there, I would appreciate that.
Maybe Councilmember Neese, let's ask our legal Stacy, who's been discussing this, and Chris to comment on that, and then we can come back, or do you want to actually look for your motion second first?
If there's no second there, then I would imagine there's no other interest from council members to move forward, and there's no need to move and get that information.
I would look at that as a question too, before providing a motion for direction.
Okay, so we'll hold off on that because there's no second at this point, but let's ask staff to comment. So Chris first.
So my request would be that you give us the opportunity to have that conversation. So I wouldn't negotiate it here right now. I have no idea where the conversation goes unless Stacy knows something, and she may very well. So Stacy, I'm not saying if you know something to clarify, don't hesitate to do so. But my preference would be, especially since there wasn't an immediate, 8, 9, 11 people saying absolutely do this, let us have the opportunity to talk about it. You have the first reading next week. That's followed, correct me if I'm wrong, Stacey, this is an ordinance, right, for the franchise? So there's a second reading 2 weeks later. So we can have an opportunity to answer the question and get you some information a week from today. It won't change your packet. Your packet's already out, but we can talk about that. And then you'll need to make a judgment call based on that information. How far do you want to push it further or not? That'd be my request to you guys.
Okay, thank you. Stacy, your camera's on, so if you'd like to comment, feel free.
Sure, I'd be happy to bring this to TDS tomorrow and discuss it. Josh, Julie, you can be in maybe that conversation with Seth and Kathleen. I will say this in terms of the city, if it were to reject this franchise based upon those reasonings, I think a U.S. District Court could probably find that unreasonable. You have certain aspects for a new entrant, and one of those really, and in our own ordinance, is we have to make written reasons why we would reject this proposed franchise. So come first reading, if there is reasons that you would reject that, if you would reject it for these reasons, we would take that under advisement. But as your legal counsel, I would probably advise you that this would be unreasonable to reject this franchise just based on those terms.
Mayor, if I could. And
Thank you. Back to Chris Kukulski. Go ahead,
I'm
Chris.
sorry, Mayor, Council, and I don't hear anybody suggesting we should reject it. Stacy, thank you for that clarification. I think that's important to understand. But I think it's a good talking point for us and part of the reason for having this conversation this evening. So if you'll let us have that chance to have that conversation, and for Josh and Julie and TDS to give Stacy and I feedback, we can figure out just how challenging or not that kind of those questions are.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Trickey?
I would point out that the only thing that we can regulate right now is access to cable. We cannot regulate access to broadband. And this franchise agreement is only about how we're dealing with the cable aspect of this. So it, to me, trying to get this into the contract, while I admit and I totally understand this is about the future of broadband, it's not about the future of cable in this town. That's the regulatory environment that we live in right now. And to me, this is a totally unnecessary complication to this negotiation at this time. I firmly believe that anybody coming in and trying to overlay on top of an existing system is going to do it in the most efficient and long-term way that they possibly can and try to make customers as happy as they possibly can. But given the fact that, we are in a competitive situation with this and, that's capitalism, that's the way that works, we're just going to have to live with, the fact that there's going to be some inefficiencies in how this happens. It's not one system, it's a competitive system. So
thank you.
I can't support this motion.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. This might be, I think it's for Josh. So there's been a lot of technical talk and which is awesome. And I really like this conversation about broadband and competition and everything like that. But for those of us in the arts that are really visual, so something that I'm thinking about in regard to when I hear the terms fiber and broadband, and I'm just going to try to describe a visual image. And so if you can tell me if this would be accurate or not. So right now we're not able to, let's say we wanted to stream or create a television show at the Babcock Theater similar to Austin City Limits, which we absolutely have the talent in our community to do and have the venues at Pub Station or Babcock or something like that. Would broadband give us and that fiber give us the opportunity in Billings to create something like that where we do something live out of Billings, maybe a business comes in, some of our great artisans are able to create a show that would be like Austin City Limits here. Is that something we could do then with this fiber you're talking about?
I would say yes, but I'll add to that you currently have a provider that's providing broadband today. It's just over a different medium, right? They're using coax cable, and I would say if you had to label the different technologies, at the top would be fiber, and then coax, and then copper. And so what we're suggesting is that we're going to overbuild the city limits with fiber optics. And basically what that is it's just small strands of glass. And we run the data over light or different light colors, and then that gets translated in. And so the capacity, because of the light aspect, tends to be unlimited. So there are certainly, we can certainly work on opportunities that you're suggesting there. The capability is there. If it needs to be at certain locations or certain public locations for the city, that's just something that we would have to collaborate on to make sure we have access points, and then the city would need to decide, is that a service that the city is going to provide itself, or is that something that they're hoping that TDS would provide?
Okay, thank you. That helps tremendously. Thank you.
Member Ronning, I would just add to that too. In hearing your question, I too had to kind of wrap my head around this. The one thing that a cable system operator in obtaining a franchise agrees to, and that is public educational and governmental channels. Charter Spectrum provides a standard definition channel and one high definition channel. A standard definition channel is kind of based upon our old TVs, not our smart TVs. And actually, Tim Harrington's here, so he can probably speak to this as well. But TDS has agreed to provide 2 high definition PEG channels. So Tim will be really basically having 3 high definition channels and a standard definition channel. Also in the agreement is if high definition, as it will progress, then over time it will be replaced by, I don't know, Tim, you'd have to help me out here, but basically in terms like an Austin City Limits on a public educational channel, that's how you kind of see it right now, PBS. Certainly that's something that the Community 7, they would have more channels to provide that kind of show. It would be something maybe that Community 7 and what you're thinking of might be able to have some sort of a weekly or monthly show or something like that. Tim, do you want to weigh in here?
Oh, that's okay. You actually don't need to. I think I got my question answered, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris Kukulski.
Sorry, Mayor.
And Councilmember Ewald, and again, we should move to, I guess we've already had our public comment, right? So.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor and Council, just need to clarify, actually correct one of my earlier statements. So we peaked in our franchise collection about $1.9 million in the past decade. Today or last year was about $1.4 million. So it's come down about $500,000. So it's real money that we get, but it's also real money that's dropping, which is providing these services. And only time will tell ultimately how TDS and Spectrum will divide that, and ultimately where we go, other than my presumption from a technology standpoint. Because again, the franchise by federal law is on the cable side, is that number will continue to dwindle. So unfortunately, as we try to find new revenue sources to pay for things, this is one we're losing over time due to technology. Last thing I would say, no disagreement whatsoever with the need to staff up to take care of this. This is an investment I would say fits you can't afford not to make it. But sometimes you guys are well positioned in saying, hey, how can you do more with less? Well, sometimes we can't keep doing more with less. We've got more to do with who we've got. And lastly, I'm hearing from this in the private sector, and I'm hearing from most of your staff, my staff, in the budget presentations. The unemployment payment situation, speculation, absolutely affected the city of Billings' ability to hire last year. We're concerned about it this year. You will hear as we present budgets, there were dozens of positions we could not fill last year. And so as we try to fill positions like this, don't be surprised if we're not having to get much more creative and or just frankly pay more to get people to come to work for us, because there just are a lot of vacancies out there, both for us and for others. So all things we're prepared to tackle internally. Just want them to be you to have an awareness of them as we continue to move our community forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Let's turn it to Councilmember Ewald, but I'm just going to ask a question. We'll turn it to Councilmember Ewald, but I just want to mention the question so staff can kind of prepare. Kind of an obvious question. Are we expecting to see a net increase or decrease in our franchise fee collections? Because even though there may be more competition, if there is no increase in the number of cable subscribers, whether you've got one provider, two provider, or 200 providers, is the charge still based on the retail charge? And what should we expect on franchise fee collections if they're just splitting up the market? But while you think about that, Councilmember Ewald had his hand up first. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for Stacy, probably. So you're going to bring it back next week for first reading. Is there anything in this contract that states about geographical locations of where they will be going and when? Because I think it should be, in all fairness, that the Heights and anybody else above the rims, even if they're in Ward 4, Ward 1, they need to be represented equally as the rest of the city so that we get a fair shake.
In looking at this franchise, we had to go back and look at the current franchise that we're under currently with Charter Spectrum. That is in place until December of this year. And so the terms you have to make equitable terms, very similar terms with a new entrant like TDS. Charter does not have anything like that. So currently, possibly providing a term like that in terms of coming up with areas of the city where we need build out first, that is not something that we told Charter Spectrum. It's probably not something that we can tell TDS. They are, and maybe I'm not understanding your question, but it would be very difficult to delineate an area of the city. And of course, and I understand that, of course, being council members representing constituents in every location of the city, you certainly are representing your constituents well, Councilman Ewald. But I don't see legally that we could delineate out areas of the town unless TDS absolutely agreed to that. I don't think we could make it possible. I don't think we could require that. I think it would be unreasonable. But if they agreed to certain areas, then contractually we could do those terms. But we have to have terms. The terms you're going to see are very comparable to what is in Section 7900 of the Billings Municipal Code with Charter Spectrum. Now that is, when you read it, you're going to see that it was Bresnan. Bresnan was issued this cable franchise that's currently in the code in 2005, I think it was. And then Charter Spectrum came in about, I think, 2013, and this was transferred to them. And so the $800,000 figure that you came up with, Chris, was what Charter Spectrum was paying at the time for franchise fees in 2013. And now, actually, I don't know where the 1,900 figure came, but in fiscal year 20, the finance gave me the numbers this afternoon, and it was $1,300,000 of franchise fee amounts revenue, and then in fiscal year 21, it's $1,475 million. So it's actually gone up a little. I do anticipate that Charter Spectrum is going to bleed off some customers to TDS. There's going to be competition here, and we probably will not make up much more than the franchise fees perhaps that we're making now. But with those dollars, there are called PEG fees as legislators for the city, you can charge and have a pass-through fee of 25 cents up to 85 cents per TV cable subscriber. They would pay that, and that will be paid to Community 7, be passed through to them for their capital costs for equipment, construction, things like that.
And Stacy, I'm just going to interrupt you. I think we've got the answer on the question of bringing in the services to the Heights. So it's almost 9 o'clock, Council. We want to wrap this up.
Follow up, please, Mayor.
Councilmember Rewalt and Councilmember Bernice.
So this is for Josh. Josh, would you be willing to discuss this after looking at the map of the city and the Heights? I know where I live up by Lake Elmo. The only broadband there is CenturyLink, and we get very poor hookup when we were on Zoom at our homes. We get shut down for quite a bit, and so that's the reason I brought that up. That's an older part of the city, and it would be a good place to probably get some broadband in there that's a little bit better than what's available.
Yeah, we can absolutely discuss it. We are still in the RFP process, meaning our contractors submitting bids on where they're going to build and how much they are going to charge us for that. And so to get into details exactly about when and where it's all going to happen, that's a little bit premature for us to discuss now. I will tell you that Billings Heights is a part of the build. How much of it and when is difficult to determine at this time, because I just do not have that data to share with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bernice.
Do we have a motion on the floor? I thought we did.
No, we had it died for lack of a second on Councilmember Bernice's. Back to Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, this is for you. I just tried to clarify from you. If I understand correctly, what I just heard is because we have an existing ordinance with charter, contract with charter, this new one has to pretty much mirror that, and we can't really make any changes. So if we have a bad contract now, it was developed years and years ago with the prior company, with old technology and stuff. What we're saying now is because we've got stuff on the books, we can't make changes. We're kind of stuck into kind of adhering to what we did before, and I find that a little concerning. And so maybe you can clarify what we can and can't do on that, because I almost want to hold off until the Verizon charter spectrum contract is up for renewal so we can actually match them and do something that's right for the city, because I sure don't want to approve something that happens to be antiquated or something we should change or we can't change because it's in a contract that we have to make equal.
So Chris Mikulski, can you respond?
Yeah, and Gina, please, or Stacy, feel free to weigh in. I think please take those statements in a very broad sense, and I want to clarify, I think, two things that exist. As I understand it, we have an ordinance that sets up kind of the parameters of this. It has little to nothing to do directly with who provides service.
Okay.
It's a city ordinance. And then, yes, we have a franchise with Spectrum. And I think those things do broadly guide us, and I think legal will tell you where we've got flexibility there. I would be cautious to postpone. I think they both can leverage each other. Yeah, but maybe I'm overstating that. So I don't know if Stacy or...
And sorry, Mary, that doesn't have to be answered tonight. If you want to research that and let us know.
Thank you. I think give us that opportunity to do that. And we can talk about that next week with where we think your parameters are in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stacy, you turned your, did you have a brief response to that?
Just briefly, in terms of franchises, if you have an incumbent like Charter Spectrum and there's certain terms, the terms are really relatively, like Chris said, generic. I mean, you're looking at franchise fees. Charter, we charge them the maximum by federal law, 5%. TDS has agreed to, and the proposal will be they will also pay 5%. We look at public educational governmental channels and what they'll provide for PEG. Right now, Charter is doing one standard channel and one high definition. TDS has agreed to provide 2 high definitions. We've looked at build out. When we talk about a 95% build out, actually the build out for the TDS has agreed to a little bit better terms than what Charter is doing for us in terms of they build out a number of houses and density by maybe 3 houses instead of 10 houses. TDS is willing to do 7 houses for that kind of build out. So the terms of it, you have liquidated damages. We've got liquidated damages for any kind of violations. Those are in $2,005 or 2,000, maybe it might even be 2001. I can't remember when that franchise began. But
that's okay, Stacey. I think we're getting lost in a lot of details there. So,
I guess what I'm trying to say is there are very general outlined topics, and those topics I think that the proposal that we'll be presenting with TDS will be a very similar proposal renewal with Charter Spectrum. I don't think that the terms are bad or negative at all.
Stacey, there's just some concern about to what extent we're stuck with that. So that's an important issue that maybe next week we can get a fuller explanation to what extent we can or cannot vary from that pattern that has been created. Council, it's after 9 o'clock. We've still got another item left. I suggest that we conclude this now, unless there's something that really has to be said. Councilmember Trickey is not taking down his hand, so we'll assume that the house is on fire or something. Councilmember Trickey, make it quick.
Given the current conversation that's going on right now, it might be useful to get an update on where the charter negotiations are at this point.
To what extent does that impact this? Can somebody quickly comment on that? Or
it doesn't have to be right now. It can be next week or whatever. But let's negotiations going on right now as well. So,
Your Honor, also speaking of tech complications, I keep getting my internet is unstable, so I've turned off my video to try and stay on the audio so we can just let's get to the end of the.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw, and feel free, since I can't see you, to just jump in as you have verbally anytime. Feel free. So, Chris, next week, can you kind of give us an update on where we're at with the Spectrum contract and to what extent it does or does not impact any of this?
Yeah, we can come next week with that or provide it in the weekly. So, because I know next week's going to be an extremely busy meeting as well. So, yes, we can report back on you heard the expiration. It expires again this December and needs to be, and those discussions are ongoing between Stacey and their person. So.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, Council, then let's deem item number 3 concluded. We have already had public comment on that. Move to our final item, which is our schedule for budget meetings. Chris, that is yours, and representatives from TDS, again, thank you for sticking with us tonight, and good luck with this venture.
Thank you very much.
Chris.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Actually, Andy's going to pull up. He's got just a couple slides to help us walk through. I think it's very straightforward. We're just really looking for feedback from you guys as to if you have a preferred path. Andy, you've got it right there. I'll turn it over to you, and this doesn't have to be long at all.
Nope, it'll be real short. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. All we're really looking for tonight is specifically a discussion about the calendar. You guys have kind of requested that. We had put a few things in the council memo requesting feedback, specifically what in the past has been most helpful. I want to kind of accent some of that through budget presentations this year. Are there areas that you want to have focused on more than others? And is there information where you think or are there things you think have been lacking where you'd like to see expanded information? Just for mayor and council, your benefit, we don't, I think, need a long discussion on the feedback tonight. Certainly, some of you and I would encourage and welcome those. The 2 budget calendars that we have proposed, the ultimate goal here is to kind of give you guys the best budget presentation that the city of Billings has ever had. How about that? And historically, we've done this through multiple work sessions through the month of May and into June, and that's what you see here under option 2. The other, I guess, proposal that we thought might have some interest or may be helpful would be to kind of condense it, where you have a budget overview and then 3 nights in a row where it would be solely budget focused, and the idea there would be to kind of be presented together as a package with hopeful understanding that, or I guess the hope that it would be more comprehensible and understandable, seeing how things tie together. And then finally, budget wrap-ups in early June and adoption in late June. That's really all we'd like tonight, so we can start scheduling for scheduling departments for these work sessions. Again, just to recap, really want to give you guys the best budget possible, and that I don't know, so you guys are comfortable understanding what you're adopting in June. I mean, it's a big deal, and it's very important. So that's all I have for a presentation. And Chris, I'll turn it to you for any other comments.
No, I'm all set. Just interested in what the council would like to do.
Okay, just to clarify, we need to choose between option 1 and option 2 in our packet, and if we've got any general comments about what this should look like. Councilmember Brown?
I am all for option 1.
Option 1, as a reminder, is we kind of do 3 days back to back. Everything else is it's pretty similar, but that's the change. Councilmember Neese?
I like option 1. And one of the things I like about option 1 is if we need more time on a particular budget item, we'll have more time to bring it back to council to discuss. So I guess I'm in it for option 1 too. As long as we know it's not set, we can always bring a department or some stuff back. And I think it'll give us more time, so yes.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette is giving a thumbs up. Councilmember Yakowicz is giving a thumbs up.
Thumbs up from me.
Councilmembers Chiriki, Shaw, more thumbs up.
I'm for number 1.
And Councilmember Ronning. I'm seeing a majority for number 1. Does anybody think they're going to convince that majority? Otherwise, we'll just deem number 1 to be the preference. Not seeing anybody jumping up and down for number 2. So, Chris, Andy, let's go with option number 1.
Will do, thank you. That'll allow us now to dial in what we'll do each evening, and we'll give you that ahead of time, obviously, so you know what'll be each night. But now that you've picked kind of a format, we'll get the other piece locked in.
Thank you. Councilmember, other more generalized comments. Councilmembers Brown, Ewald, and Neese?
Chris, so do we still just send you, our comments on your questions there? I know we don't need to discuss them tonight, but can we just send you those in an email then? Is that okay?
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting. Yes, several of you have and continue to do that. Just, the sooner you can, that gives Andy and the team more time to kind of tweak to that. But some of you have, and please continue to, if you have any feedback to give us, please provide it.
Councilmembers Ewald and Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. On your third bullet underneath that feedback, I just want to bring something up. And during budget talks last year, we had the big doomsday deal with the Park Service. Pools are all going to shut and all that. And then nothing was mentioned during budget talks. But shortly after the budget was all finished, then mysteriously $1 million+ was available in the parks budget that wasn't mentioned during the budget talks. So I think if we got money available, I think the council has a right to know where it is and what it's for, and not brought up after the budget is finalized.
So no intention ever to not communicate what funds exist. Not to debate this, but please remember, you guys asked staff to show you what it looked like to make those cuts. Now, I fully take responsibility for the timing fact that we talked about the ideas with the Parks Board, but it was not something we created. The direction from council was show us what it would look like. We even went as far to meet with staff to let them know, please, don't go quitting your job. Don't think you got to go start applying for other work yet. This is a budget conversation. So that was the intent. My error in that conversation with the Parks Board. And then it's always a finessing between you guys and your advisory boards as to whether you want their advice before you make a decision or after you make a decision. So lesson learned.
And I'm sorry, Chris, I apologize. I'm just going to interrupt though, but my interpretation of Councilmember Ewald's point was less to replow the cuts issue, is to make sure that whatever revenue, potential revenue and reserves that might be available for spending is known as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilmember, and related to that, we'll turn to Councilmember Neese. I'll ask staff at some point tell us what sort of, there's some big questions out there of potential new funding sources for, in particular, public safety. Is there going to be a mill levy? And also the Parks Department. We don't know the answer to those, so one question is, what are we using for revenue assumptions on those big questions? But Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up first.
Thank you. Ask and answer.
Okay. I don't know whether Chris and...
Actually, I think it's worth you guys thinking of, and it's in broad strokes, it's not detailed. But I can tell you with certainty, you're not going to make substantial investments in the implementation of the CPSM reports for police and fire or public safety if you don't either generate more money through a public safety levy or you create more cash available in the general fund, which at this date and time can only be done with Park District 1 discussion like last year. So it's really not rocket science as to figuring out. You got to make a policy call. Do you want to make those investments and over what time period? And then if the answer is yes, do you want that to be by a public safety levy? And I think at some point it will have to be a public safety levy. But I think we do. We're putting it together for you now. You can make a phased approach to that public safety levy if you still want to make the investment and you continue moving the parks funding over to Park District 1. Without that, you need to forego any meaningful increase investments in public safety because you just don't have the cash available to you to do that. And you can't efficiency your way, very candidly, to it. I mean, with costs. So just in broad strokes, I think you really need to be thinking as a policymaker about that and how you want to tackle it. And so we're putting the budget together with you understanding what our recommendation is for phasing, what the numbers look like, and then you literally being in the driver's seat if you want to do them. Do you do the public safety levy route or do you do the other route?
And Chris, just to clarify, when you say public safety levy, are you saying generically a levy that has the result of generating additional funds for public safety, even though it could theoretically be characterized as a parks levy that has the result of generating additional funds for parks so that as to free up money in the general fund for public safety also? You're not, I just clarify, you're not ruling out, call it a hybrid, call it a parks levy, whatever, as long as the net result is additional funds for public safety.
Absolutely not ruling out any options. It's squarely a policy call as to which one of those has. I expect to see, you saw the options from the Parks Board and from the Parks staff, that on the operations side, there's really only two choices for parks: mill levy replacing, or paying for a lion's share of operations and maintenance, or Park District 1. And then you have the second question of, and a lot of people in the community asking and wondering about a parks bond to invest more resources into parks. That, of course, has nothing, that parks bond question really is totally separate from any money being opened up for general fund public safety expenses.
Okay, thank you. General topics on budget before we adjourn for the evening, or open it up for public comment on non-agenda items, more accurately. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have another question that came up as you were talking. Some of the budgets in the past, we've talked about trying to get some of these on a 2-year cycle, especially since we do studies every 2 years, and it makes sense to just, once we've got the numbers, just budget that out for 2 years and see it visiting in 2 years. Are we going to be seeing anything like that yet?
So we don't have that in this proposal. I would love to, whether that's 1 year from now or ideally, I see the cycle possibly being 2 years from now, just because, like the conversation about the legislature earlier tonight, you all have a whole, right, this fall, we're going to have a whole group elected, and one of the first things they hit is the budget. So I would like us to get into a multi-year budget cycle. It's not in this proposal, as we've been dealing with so many various things. I would like to either next year or that following, if the cycle is to work best once council members have some experience under their belts. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any generalized questions or comment for staff on this process before we open up for public comment on non-agenda items? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I guess two things. One is I talked with Andy today and gave him some of my comments about understanding within the budget what are ongoing expenses and what are one-time expenses. So those one-time expenses don't get lumped in the entirety of a budget, but they're not all ongoing expenses. And one of the other things I would like to encourage council to be thinking on as well is what is our responsibility in moving forward in regard to the length of these city council meetings and how much time we're requiring of staff and the transcriptions, the city clerk's office, things like that, that we take responsibility for and need to take responsibility for, and what our part is in helping get the length of these meetings down and become more efficient. We're at almost 4 hours now that we've been on this, and we only had 4 items on tonight's agenda. Next week, we've got a plethora of items. So I'm guessing we're going to be here next week until after midnight. So I just would like to say, let's make sure that we're thinking about what our part is in tightening the belt. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we public comment on non-agenda items? Not seeing
Mayor, you need to have public comment on this item.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Let's open up for public comment. This is your opportunity to comment on the budget process discussion. We'll first ask here in the room, and then look to Zoom. Is there anybody in the room who would like to offer public comment on item number 4? Is there any public comment on item number 4? Do not see any here in the library. Denise, do we have any Zoom participants to offer public comment on item number 4?
I am waiting to see if there's a raise of the hand. I'm not seeing one.
Okay, public comment then is closed on item number 4. And do we have any public, this is, our next item actually is general council discussion before public comment on non-agenda items. Council, any items of general council discussion? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Last business meeting we had with the aviation properties and previous business meetings where we've passed different formal proceedings that aren't complete or misrepresented some way or another. In last business meeting, there were several of them on the same thing. And I think it's time that we either send them back and have them fixed before we vote on them, or bring them to us so that they're right before we bring them to council. A good example of that is the Northwest Energy Substation. It took a lot of talking to get that postponed until the contract is fully completed, and that was back in January, and they still haven't brought it back to us yet. And if we would have passed it then, we would never know what was in the contract, because it would have just been between Northwest Energy and the city attorney. And so the council would never get to see it again because it had already been passed. So we need a little bit better housekeeping on these items when they come to city council to be passed and voted on. And there's no excuse for mistakes like having a highway commercial a month and 20 days past the time when highway commercial no longer existed in zoning codes. Just things like that need to be kept a little bit better before they get brought to the city council to make motions on them. So if we could get a little bit better job done on that, I'd appreciate it.
So Mayor and Council, it certainly is our goal to not bring you anything with an error in it in that capacity. And so we do work hard to do that. Mistakes do happen though. And unfortunately, when it comes to the Northwestern Energy contract, you may not ever see it because Northwestern has expressed now that they're not really interested in leasing from us. So in that case, it's not a matter, in all due respect, that I think something happened that night, that somehow the staff would have hid something or you wouldn't have seen it. It caused everybody, especially Northwestern Energy, to take a look at, do they really want to lease a piece of ground like that forever? And their legal response back to us now is no. So they're looking at other options that fit more with their portfolio. So first, the mistakes, we don't want to make mistakes. We're working hard not to make those. Sometimes, please understand, sometimes things get through or an error is made. And secondly, you've not seen that Northwestern agreement, not because anybody's hiding anything, but literally Northwestern Energy is saying, you know, that was a really expensive route for us to take, forever paying you annual lease payments. That got corporate attention, and so right is right, and we're having to renegotiate and discuss what's going to work. At the end of the day, we both have an interest, right? They were talking about I think a $40 million investment to give our community a better backbone to power. And we want that to happen. We got to figure out the most efficient, effective way to make that happen. So that's why that didn't come back to you within just a few weeks with fixing of some typos. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other items, council discussion. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Perrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like us to try to revisit the accessibility to our meetings. We had 0 from the public here tonight. We had 1 on our Zoom. We at least, and I was probably the one who also said, you know, maybe just give them one option. You know, I mean, we're in public, they can come down here like before. But we really only have 15 seats. I think there was, if they did know about it, they were maybe a little scared of how they were going to be stacked in the lobby and stuff. So I don't know, it is a lot of work, but maybe, I don't know if we can open up the Zoom meetings to not have to register. I mean, if we have control over the video and what they can say, I don't see a reason why we would have to have them register. Is there a reason why we have to do that? Am I missing? I think I emailed you this before and asked about this, but is there something I didn't hear back from you? Is there something why we have to have them register if we can control the video and audio?
So Mayor and Council, it's not, I mean, this is literally our first night.
Right.
So I think let it grow and expand. We know next week we're going to have a bigger interest in being here. I wouldn't take tonight as the sole makeup of who's ever going to participate. I think specifically to answer your question, I am trying to be cautious in understanding how overwhelmed or underwhelmed are the technology staff and the clerk's office who's trying to manage both your minutes and manage this Zoom piece. I do think, as much as I'm very open to wanting us to find a way forever, if the legislature will allow it, that people can participate remotely, it is a staff burden to deal with it. And if literally you can just start calling in during our meeting, that's not what we ever did before the pandemic. We didn't have a call line where a citizen could be sitting at home and just dial in. Remember, your choices were come to the meeting. That's it. Or email. So please understand, this is expanded beyond before pre-pandemic. I just think it's helpful, especially the clerk's office, which is candidly understaffed. To have a city of 110,000 with a clerk's office with 1.5 FTEs, there's not a lot of double checking of everything that's coming through in packets to you guys. It's always been an issue between departments and a clerk's office for quality control coming through, and it's not the clerk's responsibility. We really want it to be at the department level, but the clerk's office does catch that stuff, or can. We don't have the capacity to do any of that, much of that, in Billings, just honestly. So the timing was about not overwhelming them right out of the gate and seeing how does this work. And I'm just expecting that next week we're going to have dozens who want to be in person and dozens who want to be on the Zoom. And let's see how that goes. It would be my advice to you guys.
Well, quick follow-up, Mayor?
Quickly.
Thank you, Chris. And I have to say, tonight I thought went well. I just would like to have seen more public participation, and I'm hoping that our technology didn't limit that. And I'm willing to continue on like this as we try this, but I think we need to keep an open mind that it may be a little more challenging for some people to get on Zoom versus picking up the phone.
Sure.
And just to clarify, my understanding of the time limit for registering on Zoom is to give the clerks the option, if they are too busy getting ready for the meeting, not to take additional registrations, but that they still have the option to do so if they're available, if they have the time and can do that. That's my understanding, Chris. Is that also your understanding, that they may still take registrations after whatever time limit, but they're not obligated to do so?
Correct. As I understand it, we are using a system where they authorize it manually. From a technology standpoint, you don't have to do any of that. We could let a person call in right now on Zoom. So we are trying to regulate that for you guys. And Mayor, yes. Today, a good example, I think that I heard Denise communicate that Pam registered after noon, and we didn't say, oh, you missed the noon deadline, so you're out. We're trying to be inclusive for sure. We just also, I don't want them so overwhelmed with things at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock as we're trying to set this up. That contributes to errors.
Okay. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment, and I guess, Chris, it's kind of directed to you. We've had a couple of emails from individuals, one representing the Bicycle and Trails Commission, anyway, regarding the I-90 bridge, and they're protesting it and want MDOT not to do that. And since they advised the council, do we respond to that? Because I think in today's email from Scott, he mentioned that there's 150 people that go across that bridge. I think it was 115. Well, I can't even imagine the thousands of cars that go across that bridge. And it's a major intersection, interstate intersection. So, they do need to do bridge repair. So I don't know that these protest letters mean anything to MDOT because of bridge infrastructure. So I'm kind of concerned that, there's a commission that supposedly advise the council, but I don't know that the council is going to take a stand on that. Do you have a response for that?
I think in this case, or in broadly, especially when it comes to regional transportation, we are one of the criticals. So is the county. So is everybody as a part of. And Mayor, help me. You sit on that board on our behalf.
The PCC, the Policy Coordinating Committee.
So I think in one sense it's a regional broader than us. Anytime the city wants to take a specific position on an issue, I think they welcome that. Just recognize you're one of the key components of it. I think in this case, and I've not been in the details, honestly, as this started, I think it's been, as I've understood it from a planning perspective, it was frustrating for some to learn their perception very late in the game that nothing was going to happen to get pedestrians safely over the river. And they're communicating that frustration. At the end of the day, it is a federal, it is a part of the interstate system. The state and the federal government is going to have more control than we are. But I've never heard one of those entities express the desire to shut down a local government from sharing their opinion. How far it goes, what they do with it, that's kind of in the eye of the beholder. But in this case, you do have some parts of the community frustrated that the pedestrian piece they feel learned late in the game wasn't a part of it. And I think they're trying to see if there's any way to resurrect that to be a component, not to stop or slow down the road, but to help pedestrians get across as well.
Go ahead.
Well, I understand that, and I understand their right to protest that and everything. I think what I'm trying to, the point that I'm trying to make is whether or not, because the first gentleman that wrote, he wrote to the senators and, to our representative, he went to the top. And I'm just thinking, when you talk about bridge infrastructure, and I'm sure that MDOT has been planning this for a long time, I understand that, that they're what they want out of, the bridge reconstruct. But I guess my concern was, does that really carry that much weight? And does the council need to weigh in on that?
I think if the council needs to weigh in, really is your call. How much weight it carries, your guess is as good as mine. I do think it, and I'm going to say this to the inner belt loop, if I can. We're trying. We've received some really good federal funding appropriations. We're being very diligent as a staff to make those come to fruition. We're also applying for another $50 million relative to the reservoirs and the water plant. As a community, it's an art to this, I think. I want you to speak your mind, to communicate that our standards, what we have for standards. I also want the federal government to want to work with us and want to grant us money. And as a community, let's take us off the table. Kalispell fought for decades about its bypass project, and therefore it got no federal funding for decades. So I just ask us to keep in mind this constant balance about how do we communicate effectively and how do we keep our senators, representatives, and frankly the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. wanting to do business with the city of Billings, because it matters. They get to pick who they give these grants to. And I'm a little nervous about a lot of the conversations that are going on as people are worried about and nervous about federal funding. And the staff is diligently trying to make sure everything comes to happen. So I think the more we can work together, the better, not sending mixed messages about what we're trying to do and who we trust with information. So thank you.
Okay, let's, I'll just make a quick background on that, and then let's move on to public comment on non-agenda items. On the I-90 bridge, I encourage everybody to dig into that as much as they feel led. The staff has informed me that they fought for this pedestrian access for several years. But there was some frustration because they did not feel that they had been brought into the planning process sufficiently. And MDOT did reject that recommendation by our planning staff. They did so based on cost, and also the existence of federal involvement in an interstate highway certainly complicates it. I've spoken with Director Long, Mac Long, and my impression was they were not particularly interested in making a change because the project is quite far along on the design and engineering side of it. They recommended focusing on the Metro Bridge, the other bridge, which is also being reconstructed and is not a federal highway. And so there's more flexibility as an option. The problem with that is if it is farther to the north, and so a lot of the need is for pedestrian access on the south side of I-90 by Pictograph Caves. So if the bridge is to the north, you've got to get across I-90 to get to Southern Lockwood and to Pictograph Caves. MDOT is aware of that, so they're looking at pedestrian access through the Lockwood interchange, which is also now part of the design process. So we need to stay involved, but yeah, it's going to be hard to get bikes and peds through that interchange. And maybe we want to have staff come back and give us a lot more information than I could ever provide on that, because it's an important issue. There's no doubt about that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us. With that, then let's conclude and move to public comment on non-agenda items. If anybody has been listening out there in Zoom land, there is nobody here, I'm assuming, who wants to offer. I don't see anybody still present in the room who might want to offer public comment on non-agenda items. Denise, do we have anyone on Zoom to offer public comment on non-agenda items?
I'm just watching for a raise of the hand. I'm not seeing any.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, just to repeat, there's no delay here. It's not like with the phone call. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment on non-agenda items. And with that, I'm about to adjourn. Councilmember Trinkey, do you have your hand up?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the hybrid meetings and stuff before we go on. One thing, and I'm not trying to start a conversation right now at this point on it, but one thing that we might want to be thinking about in terms of the public room is requiring immunization to be in the room. And the other thing is just in terms of Zoom and the access, one of the reasons why I suggested we switch over to the webinar version of this is because it requires less management of the people who are coming in as attendees. So people can come and go, as far as I understand it, people can come and go as an attendee without having the ability to disrupt the meeting. I've been on a lot of webinars over the last couple of years, and I've never had the opportunity to, speak unless given permission to. So, we might want to take a closer look at exactly what the capabilities are, because that might allow us to not have staff be involved in saying who the attendees are, and people can just call in and as they feel the need to.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. We've got several IT experts in the room, and I know they heard that. So, all right, thanks to everybody. Appreciate your patience on our first go round or first round on this. I think generally went well because of all of your hard work. Thank you. We are adjourned.